Test. Test. What's up, everybody? This is the Jedi. Happy Friday, and I bid you a good weekend. And thank you all for coming, and I'll see you soon. Goodbye. Anyway, here we are. And I wanted to begin with this topic that I used as our thumbnail and our title, because just 2 days ago, I so desperately wanted to be live. Because you know that my king was assassinated on 21st February 1965. El-Hajj Malik Shabazz, Malcolm X. And here we sit now, 2 days from my birthday, the day of my birth. And what I have said to you till my mouth has just run dry, and my heart has gone weak, is that nothing has changed. Nothing has changed. Earlier today or yesterday, I saw where yet again somebody was talking about Social Security and Medicaid or Medicare. And as always, and then you also have I forget her name, she's running for the Senate here in California. And I think that's what kind of got me on the path, because she is proposing a $50 an hour minimum wage. And of course, everyone is saying, well, what's this going to do to employers? And how could you make it a federal minimum wage? And it's not practical. And how would you do it? And then I thought, just a second, because they were talking about this Nikki Haley bitch, this delusional whore that is running for president on the Republican side. And she is, in recent news at the very least, is famous for proclaiming that there is no racism, that America's never been a racist country, while sharing that she was teased as a child at school for being brown. So there's no racism according to Nikki, and she would know. And Nikki's not even a real name. It's some Indian name. But there she was saying, no, we want to downsize Social Security, and ultimately we want to raise the age that current people who would be eligible for it to, or near to being eligible, want to raise the age for them so they can just work and die for another few years. And then the kids who are the younger generation now, just let them know that it's not going to be readily available for them when they come to retirement age. And then something slapped me right in the face that I hadn't thought about, because it's right in your face. And I thought, well, if you get rid of it for the generation who's working now in their teens and 20s and 30s and 40s and 50s and early 60s. If you cut it off for them, that means nobody should get FICA taken out of their check anymore. So now who's paying for the people who are already on it? How is that paid for now? The people that are already on it, because those of us that paid into it, you didn't save our money. You've been spending it and dipping and doing. You didn't save our money. So if you worked from teenager to, 65 or 55 or whatever it is, and you worked, so they've been taking money from you the entire time you were old enough to sign a check. That's your money. So you've been using my money. Now where's my money? Where is it? And the only way you've been able to cover your ass is from the new generation continue to pay in to pay me. So who's going to pay for grandpa and grandma? Because the next shoe to drop would be, oh, get you used to, the young people aren't going to really focus on it because they're young now and it just won't be available for them. But don't have you thinking about, well, wait, they're paying for you now. So where are you going to get that money from? But all that goes off the table because we've seen and we see that when they have yet another white aggression upon other people who are not white, there is never a discussion of money. It doesn't come up. Biden going behind the back of Congress and going around them to give this illegal shit stain in the desert even more money to murder Palestinians should be wall to wall, like they do when they have a story. They just decide they're going to just blitz it out with wall to wall coverage. You can't escape it no matter where you look, no matter what you read. There's the story. But it wasn't the story. It wasn't the story. But why all of that matters to me and to you is because you still owe us. You still owe us fucking reparations, bitch. You owe us. And that debt is never going away. You still owe us. So when we're confronted with a case like this, where an African child can't even go to school and wear his natural locks, but some rainbow pixie can go to school in a fucking dress tomorrow, proclaiming themselves to be something completely other than what Allah has created, and you're welcome to the gates of the school. Well, come right on in. But not you, with that natural hair that grows out of your head. Get back. And add that to anything, a consistent trait of white people who are the image of jealousy, the reason why the word even exists. Add that to the fact that anything that they can't do or access, they immediately hate on it. Outlaw it. Write laws against it. Make it illegal. Whatever they got to do, because they can't do it, it's a problem. It's a problem. And I ask the rhetorical question. I proclaim that they are never going to change. They never quit. And why don't we ever start? I saw someone, in fact, it was Roland Martin's no-neck ass. But even wisdom can come from Roland Martin. But there he was, and he was talking about Shannon Sharp's platform. And I know he's harboring secretly some jealousy. Any of these fake-ass people out there who are under the hex of this white devil possess their attributes and characteristics and personality traits. among them would be jealousy. So that Shannon Sharpe, I estimate, is at least at 100 million. It's not 60. It's at least and over 100 million views that he's gotten on the Monique thing, or on the Cat Williams thing alone. How do I quantify this number, Jedi? Well, because if the original video that's 2 hours and something is 60 million views, well, he took outtakes. There's a bunch of outtakes for just different segments. So you can just go and see just Cat Williams talking about Monique, or just Cat Williams talking about, sex parties, or just whatever. He's sectioning those out. And those all have millions of views. So just that alone, I quantify at least 100 million. And then you get to Monique, and then you get to the rest of the overall content of his entire channel. He's killing it. But Roland Martin was having to say something fantastic, because he was pointing out this guy named Country somebody. Country something country. The guy is sort of the YouTube version of Cat Williams, because he started out making skits. I watched a little bit of it because Roland talked about it. I go, let me go see what it's talking about. And indeed it was. But I know this already, but it was also very angering, because the guy was saying this Country, whatever his name is, and he is country. Like, I don't know if that's a put on, but that whole talk, the way he talks, that's them dudes from down south. And he built his platform. He talked about the houses that he owns. I think he's made something like 20 million last year that he said he made. And so therefore he's able to, the homes that he owns for his baby mamas, and he literally said this, like, my baby mama and them got cars and homes, and my friends and my family, everybody got, and I loved how he talked about, that's the thing that gave him the most joy. Y'all know that's me. That's it for me. The ability to give and help others, that's better than anything you're ever going to present to me. So I appreciate that he was in that space. But he was saying how his deal with Netflix was just for distribution and licensing. He's licensing it to them. I will let you let me let you have this, and you can license, pay me, and now you can show this on your pathetic little platform called Netflix, or whatever it's called, or whatever. And Roland was pointing out how brilliant it was, and la 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 la. Well, I know that because one of the things that upset me, because it brought back, for me, when I was at 23,000 subscribers and 2,000 videos and all that stuff, but even before I'd gotten to that number, I had been screaming that just the big YouTubers the big black YouTubers that I even knew of, that we should somehow find a way to come together. Because if we could come together, we would own any platform that we're on. All the advertising would have to come to us. All of the partnerships and the what do they call that? When you promote a product for them, all that would have to come to us. All of it. If we networked, you see, but we don't have a single leader. And that's a catch-22, because you can get a lot done by your damn self, but it's difficult to keep momentum if it's you that you are following. But then you need someone worthy to keep the pace, to move the group along. But there has to be a willingness from the group. We have to be already like-minded. It's just you just the vanguard. It's not really the leader. It's just you're the sort of point person, but you're not in conflict with us. You're there to organize and to carry out what we are dictating and what we have said that we want. You know, it's kind of like you got 20 people in a room and we all want pizza. Well, all 20 of us don't need to go and get the damn pizza. We just send one person, and they just go and carry out what it is we want. They're not a leader. They're just somebody that we've empowered with our ideas. We're all like-minded. This is what we want. Go make this happen for all of us. And, you know, my fire is, while not dimming, it's certainly evolving. Because it's hard to stay angry at something that you know you could change. It's not an impossibility, you know. It's not an impossibility. And as it relates to our opening story, it's been clear to me for many years that a lot of folks with kids just want a babysitter. You're not really concerned about the education of your children and what happens to them when they go to school, unless it's a school shooting or something like that. But you're not really concerned and really invested in their growth and development as a human being, and how will they become a productive person for themselves and a future family in the society. It's just get them out of the house so I can have a few hours to do whatever I need to do. You know, a babysitter. If you don't want to fucking be with your kids from day one till they're at least 21, then fucking don't have kids. But all this farming them out, because then you give in, you'll do anything to have them out of the house. They say your kid needs 100,000 vaccines. Damn it, you're going to go take them and get the vaccines because they can't go to school if they ain't got their shots. And there your bitch ass goes to fucking get them shot up. There you go. Instead of saying, fuck you, we don't need to come to your school. And indeed, we're not coming to your school because A, nothing there is valuing my child. We have generations. You could just take one family and say, we don't need all black people, just our family. There goes great-granddaddy, there go great-grandmama, and there go grandmama and granddaddy. Here go mommy and here go daddy. None of us know a fucking thing. We learned nothing in school. We've made it, but not because of anything we learned in school. So now why are we going to offer our children over to a system who the moment they give them that fucking diploma and they graduate, they immediately go next day and get a job or start a business? That they have all the accoutrement intellectually to start a business. They know how to balance their finances. They know what a 401k is. You understand? They know what the stock market is. They understand real estate. They understand the laws of their state and ordinances and injunctions and things like this, so that they can know how to navigate it in their favor. This is what they need to know. Not, did you get a passing grade in some shit that does not equal a coin and you're not going to use. So we need to pull all of our children, and this needs to be our own articulation of reparations. You won't let our children come to your school with their natural hair. Bitch, we're taking them out. We're asserting a reparation because you owe us anyway. We're waiting on the check. So there's many things that you could do to leave us the fuck alone if you really had the will, if you had goodwill and good intent. This is one of the things that you could institute. Don't give me what's the shit they always tell us? More education. You'll get a free college education, or they'll pay for some bullshit. We don't need any more of your education. You're never going to teach us what it is we need to become apart from your white ass. So we don't need to be hooked up with you. We don't. How many kids have I seen in my own city when I'm out and about, and maybe they're just out selling candy, for a drive or something like that. And I tell them, listen, where did you get your candy at? Oh, we bought it at the 99-cent store. Okay, so if you're buying it for $1, they paid nothing for it. You need to be paying nothing for it. So you go online, You go to the um, the website of it just went away from me. All knowledge is with Allah. Inshallah, will come back to me. Allahu Akbar. The Board of Equalization. Alhamdulillah. All knowledge is with Allah. You go on to the Board of Equalization website. It's absolutely free. Any address, I don't care if it's a parking lot. It could be in front of a Walmart. It could be a storefront. It could be anywhere, any place that has an address. It could be a vacant field. You go to the Board of Equalization website and you put that in as the address. Boom, you get a seller's permit. Now, what you can do with that seller's permit is present it to any wholesaler, and they're going to give you the same price they give the 99-cent guy. And now you've just upped your profits. So instead of you paying $1 for this candy, maybe you're paying $1 for a case of the candy. This is the shit the kids need to learn in school. Do you understand? Moderators, stay on it. Watch the stream very closely. Watch for glitching. So when we come to this young man who these demons and their courts, because even when I came to the story, I knew about it, like, it seems like it's been a while. I don't really know the time frame. But, and one of the things I want to do when we get to, we're going to pull in an article on this today, and one of the things I'm looking at out the gate is the date. Did this fucking ruling come down on the same day as the anniversary of Malcolm's assassination? I want to know that. I want to know that. I want to know that. Now, but when we come to this kid who, and as I started to say, I knew this was going to be the case because I've told you, white collusion, white, collusion, my words are failing me today. Anyways, they're in cahoots. So I know that it doesn't matter what the law is. You're dealing with white people. So you have to look at anytime you do anything, you got to know, what am I dealing with? If you're doing business, who's my demographic? Who's my customer? You got to know the parameters. What am I dealing with? You walk into a room. You don't know everybody in there as an NBA player. And you're going in there, you're going to do something that is not interesting to NBA players. You got to change it up. You know, back when I used to go to karaoke regularly, you know, any karaoke I go to, I don't just go in and go, "Ooh, I know all the songs I can sing. I'm singing this and this and this." No. I see what the room is. What's the room? That's what I'm going to sing. That's going to tell me what I'm singing out of the repertoire of songs that I can sing and do well. You see? So I know, and as I've said to my people, and it's a shame that we're not teaching our children and our grandchildren, our nieces and nephews and all the other shit. This is a real thing, everybody. And you're never going to be an effective parent or guardian of any type if you're not passing this on to black children. You got to tell them the reality, because you're trying to force this fantasy that white people are trying to forward, that everything's different now, that it's all changed, and racism just in pockets, and it's not everybody. And yes, the fuck it is. Inshallah, in this stream, we'll get to, there's a Congress person who the lady was trying to ask him, you know, what about the murders in Gaza? And he was like, kill them all, you know. Well, he means that. Because in white people's mind, they see all Asians as one group. They see all black people as one group. They see all Latinos as one group, and so forth. They never, don't listen what the fuck comes out of that slithering tongue of theirs. They don't mean it when they claim that they don't see color and they take everybody as an individual. Fuck that. Look at how their society works. They're telling you every day, all day, who they are, what they think, and how they operate. It's not difficult. I'm not brilliant. I pay attention, and I don't fill myself up with fantasy. I'm very clear about what it is I'm dealing with at any time, at any place. So I already know. Before, I don't need to wait for a court case and what's going to happen when he takes it to the courts because the school district has suspended him. I know what's going to happen. I already know. But what we should know, and we don't, is that if there's a black face there, we know what's going to happen. But that's not the result we get. Because what we sadly know is it's going to be the same shit as if it was a white face. That we know. That's a problem. That's a problem. That's a problem. That's a problem. And so for all the attorneys and the family and all the shit that is standing around him, we're going to go into this first report. Wallahi, no one there has said to him at any point in whatever age he is, I assume he's probably 16, 17, maybe 18. No one has stopped to say to him, listen, young brother, the white man is the devil. And this shit that the little bit that you know about history and how they treated us, that shit didn't stop and it's not over and it didn't change. That's a reality you're going to have to know right now at your young age. Understand that and give him the game right now. Give him the game right now. I saw another brother, random, happened to be something about working in a warehouse, whatever. And I start watching him. And, he was talking about working at Amazon. And he was saying how, you can see his heart is pulling him to independence, like, should be doing something else. This is kind of wasting my time and I could be doing something, But he was saying how, they allow them to wear earbuds for, their music, but you can't just be on your phone. So he's claiming that, when they would see what looks like him being on his phone, he's actually just finding other music to listen to. That may or may not be true. It's certainly a valid argument. I like it, because how are they going to disprove that? Well, it doesn't matter because they fired him. And, but I just thought, we're getting further and further away from what is the reality of we're getting further and further away from what is actually our reality. And so we're more vulnerable to the same old bullshit that they have never stopped doing. They're getting you to change while staying exactly the fucking same. White collusion, white allegiance, white something else is going to come to me, inshallah. White collusion, white allegiance, white evil, something. Let's go first to this first news report of this brother. We'll come out, we'll look at an article, we got another short media piece on it, and then, but first let's see this. I'll come to you, then we'll go to the article, then we'll see another piece. All right. We need one.
But first, we begin with breaking news at this hour. A judge has ruled in favor of Barbers Hill ISD, saying the district did not violate the state's Crown Act in the case of Daryl George. The judge ruling George violated the code due to his hair length. His parents filed a federal lawsuit against the district after he was suspended for violating the district's dress code for wearing his hair in locks. The district says George's hair doesn't follow the dress code. George's parents say that goes against the law, but the district argued the law doesn't say anything about the length of hair.
It feels lonely, like very lonely. Like, when you're the only one stuck in a room for a whole semester, a whole year at that, it's just like it makes you feel some type of way because you can't be a child like everybody else.
He should have been able to go to school, to learn, to participate in extracurricular activities, to be with his peers, to enjoy the best years of his life. And unfortunately, Barbers Hill denied him of that right.
We'll have a full report on today's court proceedings on fox26houston.com and on our news at 5.
And again, this is where culture and religion intersect. Because, listen, as a Muslim, I have especially growing up, I always wear my kufi to school. They were never going to say shit to me about it because I'm Muslim. And they know Muslims are serious, that we mean the shit. So I bring that because if we were a serious people articulating a specific culture and not like, well, all black people ain't this, yes, the fuck, we are the same. That's how we should be putting it. We're all the same. We're all the same. Then it wouldn't just be against this brother. It would be, well, all black people wear their hair like that, and they don't allow you to approach on that. Just like if it's a kid whose family is a Sikh, an Indian Sikh, they wear the turban. I'm sure that kid somewhere across USA is wearing their turban in school right now in some place where it's not allowed, but they get to wear theirs because what? It's a religious and cultural thing, so nobody's going to come against it. They know you don't have a way of life. They know it. They know it. And they know that nobody's going to come and flatten the school when he can't go to school. And they know that all black parents won't spontaneously remove their children from the school. School is about money now. It's about money. So if our kids don't go there, they don't get them dollars per head. You feel me? We can crash a school any day we want to. We could do that. We could do that. I've got another piece. Since that one was so short, let's go to the next piece. And then I'll come to you. This one was a setup to, it was going to be a trial. What we saw just now was it already happened, and this is the ruling. This is the lead up.
So the trial involving a black teen, us up to speed on this case because we learned about his story, like I think it was last year maybe. What's the backstory leading up to this trial?
I may have to move.
Yeah, so first, thank you again for having
Okay,
me.
put this in the middle.
The case really stems from Daryl George, who was suspended on August 31st when he came to school, which is a couple weeks after the school year had started. He was served an in-school suspension for having locks. The school argues that his hairstyle violates their dress code policy, which I will read right here. It says, boys' hair will not extend below the eyebrows, below the earlobes, or below.
Just a second. So boys' hair. So where is the fucking outrage of these pixie rainbow people to claim there is no genders, and if they were assigned that at birth, and therefore he's whatever fucking title they use, but he's something else other than what Allah created him, and therefore how dare you put that he's a boy? And can he now, if I'm his attorney, I would say, no, he goes by they, so he's not a boy. He is they, and how dare you disrespect his pronouns? So he is they and them and the fucking group and shit. So therefore, he's not even a him. So this voids your dress code. He's no different than the girls who can wear their hair doing whatever. You see?
The top of a t-shirt collar. And the school's argument there is that the dress code is meant to, and
it's also picking on him because, fine, you can have long hair and put it up. In the military, you have women who have long flowing hair. That won't work in battle, bitch. So they put it up in a bun and put it under the damn hat. Done. You see? So this is the evidence that it is white and specious. White hate, and it's specious because it should be enough that he put it up. That conforms. So well, who cares what length it is? It's not at his t-shirt collar. So what's the problem? You see? Because what's next is you can't have black hair. You see? Or you can't have whatever color. You know what I mean? This is no different than that. It's no different. There's no difference at all. And, well, let's see the rest of this.
Help students conform, teach students discipline. It also talks about hygiene and discipline. And so, the family of Daryl George has argued.
Wait, I need to read this because she's not reading it. I thought she was. All right, male students' hair will not extend at any time below the eyebrows or below the earlobes, because apparently it's the military now. Male students' hair must not extend below the top of the t-shirt collar or be gathered So they definitely come for black folks. Be gathered or worn in a style that would allow the hair to extend below the top of the t-shirt collar, below the eyebrows or below the earlobes when let down. Fuck these people. Listen, if this was my child, it wouldn't even be a lawsuit. The moment he came home and said they got a problem with my hair, I'd be like, let's go back up to the school, tell him we want all your records and shit. He's out this bitch now. Fuck all y'all. We out. Done. We're high time need to be over trying to, it's 2024 and not that matters. But we should be over. We don't, first of all, only thing we should be doing with white folks, we don't have any requests. We demand. You understand? We only demands. That's it. And if you can't demand, then just leave their fucking ass alone. If we're not going to make demands and to dictate to them what it's going to be, then we just need to be over it. I'm a big believer in segregation needs to come back. I'm a big believer in segregation. Big believer. Worst thing that ever happened to African people allegedly after slavery allegedly ended was integration. Worst fucking thing that ever happened. Worst thing. Worst thing. Worst thing. And that is being continued now and promoted. I've done full pieces on every commercial, every trailer for any television show or movie. It's all interracial. You can never get a solid black couple together. When you do, that is an aberration. 99.999% of all the shit being advertised is somebody, just not black people together as couples. So there's no way in hell. And in Black History Month, whatever that means, they don't give a fuck. And not only that, you see what's happening in Gaza. You see how white people respond to that. There's even a question mark over whether it's a genocide. Give a fuck what you call it. You've murdered over 30,000 people. I don't give a fuck. Call it a pizza run. You're murdering people. You see? But this stench upon humanity doesn't give a fuck. And you hear how they respond and act about that. I'm telling you, and I know this, and it's going to be true till I take my last breath on this earth. The problem, white people have fucked up our very existence. Your very existence, just to exist, they have fucked it up. Fucked it up. And these are the people you're going to beg and try to get to let your child come into their fucking tacky ass school with your goddamn locks. That's why you're going to give your fucking money to Dr. Umar Johnson and hold him accountable. So our kids can go to schools that are about us, that look like us, that are for us. That teach us the shit we need to know. And be ready for fucking battle, because as soon as you get some shit of your own, here their white asses come to try and destroy it. You gotta be ready to destroy their bitch asses right off the fucking earth when they do. They're the only people on earth that don't understand. Don't start none, won't be none. Just leave people the fuck alone and they won't fuck with you. It's like with Gaza. It's all about October 7th. No, bitch, it's about your white ass being born ever. And now you have been occupying and murdering these people daily since 1948. And we're supposed to forget that and feel so bad about your fucking October 7th. You started the shit. You thought there'd be no consequence? In their white mind, no consequence. You see? Sadly, they should have got to 30,000. Not just the Arab countries in the region. Any country with the ability that's not white should have fucking descended on fucking Israel's bitch ass and made it look just like fucking Gaza looks right now. That would have been righteousness. That would have been righteousness. That would have been righteousness. The problem with humanity is nobody is giving white people the backhand that they're giving the rest of humanity. That's the problem. That's the problem. And too many of us are not aware. And then when we are aware, we're too afraid. This does not need to be a lawsuit at all. What am I doing? We're finishing here the rest of this. All right, let's go.
And Daryl George himself has argued that his hairstyle should be protected under the Crown Act. The case today, it will actually determine whether hair length, which is the biggest argument here, actually is protected by the Crown Act.
So just out of curiosity, because we're
Because in my perfect world, we have a counter response for everything. I'm a tit for tat ass motherfucker, very vengeful. And so everybody knows that white people's hair sheds. Any place they've been, you're going to find a fucking bunch of hair. How many times as a kid when we go to the public pool and you're just swimming underwater and you just swim into something that feels like spider webs all over your face? It's their fucking hair. So where is our universal rule that we can't have their hair anytime they're near us? They have to have a hairnet on and a hat and some other shit and hairspray, and we have to make sure it's the right grade of hairspray because we can't allow errant hairs to just sort of be floating around and sort of irritating our lives and pissing us off and things like that. I mean, there's no tit for tat. You have to answer shit. Everything that happens to you that is an aggression, that is anything that is unrighteous, you must answer it with equal measure, swiftly. This is what Allah has prescribed for mankind. Not, you just, two wrongs don't make a right. No, one wrong started the fucking shit. We got to go make it right. That's how it go. Let's finish this.
showing pictures of him, and yeah, he's got locks, but they're like
No.
they're braided up, and in terms of length, visually, they may be longer once you let them out, but they don't look long in this picture because they're up. But does that not make a difference for the school district?
Their argument has repeatedly been that when let down, that his hair does violate the dress code. I am uncertain at the moment whether that policy applies in this case because of the way that he's styling it upward. Again, that's what the case today will determine whether length is included under the Crown Act. And if so, then we will have to kind of see what the school decides to do, whether it becomes change their policy or allow Daryl back into his normal classroom, or on the flip side, what extended punishment might come of Daryl George if the judge does decide that the school is correct.
So what's for people who may not exactly know the actual definition of the Crown Act, what is it, and what is it meant to do?
Correct. So the Crown Act is a hair discrimination law. Essentially, it protects against protective hairstyles. It which include, for Black Americans, it includes afros, braids, bantu locks, and several other styles. And the thing with the Crown Act is it's enacted in about 24 states currently. It is not a federal law. The concern here, is that the Crown Act was intended to protect against race-based hair discrimination, and it does so in school environments and also workplace environments. So this is not a law that's just directed at educational institutions. This is across the board. A lot of Black Americans do take the time to try to conform to European beauty standards. Women sometimes will straighten their hair with chemicals and such just to make sure that they look professional, whatever that tends to mean.
I'm glad you clarified that, because it comes from somewhere. It comes from decades and decades and decades of African American women trying to comply with dress codes that do not take into account the nature of our natural hair. Right?
And so, you have three Black people. You got the sister that's she's in Phoenix. And then you got High Yellow over there. I know a little bit about his background because he was up there with Gayle King and the crew. And I went to look at some pictures, and there were some things, and there were some things, and there were some things. But they should be speaking about this because, newscasting is not like what it was in its inception, where it's just the facts, ma'am, just the facts. They insert their opinion and have whole diatribes on shit. So why aren't y'all up there all proclaiming this to be some bullshit? It's straight up discrimination. We know what's going on. This is something they're up there talking about it very clinically, as if you could just insert white reporters and continue reading the story. Nothing Black happening here. Nothing Black happening in front of us. Just nothing Black happening in front of us.
In some cases, the dress code said it would be kind of impossible to adhere to without doing some real damage to your hair. So it's saying that your hair can be natural and be professional, and you should be able to wear that.
And I'm also over this from our people. I'm over this protective style. Protect what? You are a creature born and created by Allah to survive in this damn environment. There is no one stronger against the element than us. No one. Protect what? What are we protecting? I wear a wig because I have to protect your hair from what? Your hair grows up like a fucking antenna. What are we protecting? What? So when I started hearing that years ago, it kind of bit me the wrong way. It just kind of like, what are we protecting?
Correct. Yeah, I mean, the hair dress code too at Barbers Hill High School also, includes not just the style of the hair, but there are words in here in the dress code that say that your hair must be neat and cleaned and well groomed.
By the way, I have to point this out because it's a teachable moment. This is what is called talking white, everybody. Back on my old channel, I did a whole piece called "What is Sounding Black" or "Talking Black." I don't know how I titled it, but the point that I was making, because this is what I know to be the truth, and so there I proclaim it, is that the difference in talking white is different than being articulate. You understand? I'm a very articulate man with a very excellent command of the English language, but you hear in my intonation I'm a black dude. You just know it. That's a black dude speaking that perfect English. That's him. This sister, on the other hand, if I just hear her, just close my eyes and hear her, I have to open my eyes. Oh, it's a sister. You understand? And the analogy that I gave you at the time was, if you walk into an elevator or some store where they just play instrumental music, or something, or maybe it's jazz. How many times have you heard you've been to a jazz festival, you listen to the jazz channel, and you just heard they're playing all the hits, but it's just a saxophone, somebody's playing saxophone, or but you could still hear that's, I need a song. Something we all know. Just whatever. It doesn't have, okay, fine. Let's say it's Star Spangled Banner. Just lost the truth. Let's say it's Star Spangled Banner. If you're somebody playing a trumpet and it starts, you go, oh, that's somebody playing Star Spangled Banner on a trumpet, but it's still Star Spangled Banner. You see, or oh wait, that's somebody playing a flute. But it's Star Spangled Banner. It's a flute. Yeah, they playing the Star Spangled Banner on the flute. You see, you would know that's still that song, but it's coming from a flute. It's coming from a trumpet. It's coming from a French horn. It's coming from a violin. So when we don't know the instrument that song is coming from, i.e. in this case would be the English language, would be the song, the instrument would be her black ass. You understand? Just hear her again. Don't listen to me. We'll just hear her.
And some of the argument from activists and some research that has been done has shown that those terms can be slightly subjective. And so it becomes up to the administration to determine what neat means, what well-groomed looks like. And so, we have seen in variety of cases here where the discipline action taken is unequally applied.
Yeah.
All right. Cheyenne Mumphrey, really excellent reporting. Thank you very much for joining us.
Yeah, thank you.
This is why they can have you all over everything and just include you now, because you don't come with any blackness.
Which is the biggest argument here.
So for their goals and purposes, they didn't really have to sacrifice anything. You see? Well, then I can come in here and be black. So of course we can have the whole cast be black. It doesn't matter. What's that show that Gayle King is on? And she sits up there with all the people that are involved with that, whatever, and they're doing the same shit that a white reporter or interviewer would do. So it doesn't have any black value at all, man, at all. What happens when you have Latinos as part of something? They immediately start influxing their culture. You know what I'm saying? They start speaking Spanish. Even if they don't speak it the entire time, they'll throw it in. You feel me? Like, yeah, man, Um, what's my girl? Adrienne Bailon. Now she's Adrienne Bailon Houghton. She's just gonna be Adrienne Bailon to me. That's just like I'm just not changing, but I don't feel like I need to. But I don't feel like I need to. But I'm not changing. So that's what's happening. And she was the Latina up on the Real, and she represented la cultura. You understand? She did that. Like, I'm a Latina. I'm here as a Latina. I'm not here just in face. I'm a Latina. So what my perspective is from that of my people, my family, my upbringing, all that. That's what I'm bringing. I'm Jeannie Mai. She's bringing her Vietnamese. She's bringing it. I mean, we're the only people that feel like we have to morph into their white ass in order to do anything. And I'm just sick and tired of it. I'm sick and tired of it. I'm sick and tired. Damn it. All right, let me see who's here. And how am I coming through, you guys? Because I am not loving the quality of the video I'm seeing on my tablet, at the very least. My phone is pretty nice, actually, but not loving the tablet. Just not loving it. Simply Sandra, I simply love you, and I simply hope you all got through the storms that were brewing up there. In fact, I spoke to Joseph earlier today. He told me that the tornadoes were near him, very near, but they weren't in any danger or anything. And so a big shout out to you, son. Melanin 100, a big shout out to you. And blessings back at you. Shiro, my queen, I'm so glad you were able to make this stream. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. LA Sports, a shout out to you. And also I have to remind everybody, you guys, because I'm even seeing big channels with like millions of subscribers saying that they look at their analytics and they realize that only 10% of their audience is even subscribed to them. I'm like, well, if they're having issues, then God damn it, my little ass. So do subscribe, everybody. If you're not subscribed, subscribe, and make sure that you thumbs up the video. Again, Black Unity, we should just want to help anyway. Like when I go to Black channels, the first thing I do is I click on unsubscribe. I'm probably never going to watch their content. I'm probably never going to watch it. I'm a producer. I don't have time to watch YouTube videos. And when I do, I'm watching specific stuff that interests me. You understand? So, but when I go to a Black channel, I subscribe. I just do, because that's a Black person. It's that basic for me. Nobody's got to beg me. I make sure I thumbs up. This is natural for me as breathing. Damn. We have to get there. I can't. It's that easy. Righteous Indignation, a big shout out to you, Queen. You say good evening and happy Black History Month again. They are mad because our hair exemplifies our glorious divinity, and we are the only ones with hair that stands up and it literally defies gravity. Exactly. Alhamdulillah for that comment. That's the truth. And as I said, and I'll just dovetail on that to repeat what I said earlier. And it's a standing thing. Anything that we can do that they can't do, they immediately make it a problem. Listen, I'm old enough to remember when it was only the gang members or gang wannabe affiliated, at least some type, that would wear even baggy clothes to school or anywhere. And it was a problem. And of course they wrote rules and laws. Can't wear baggy clothes. Now you can't find small or medium in any fucking thing. It became the it. Everything is oversized for men and women. You see? They hated it because they didn't think they thought they would look bullshit in it, and they do. But they found a coin in it too. You see? Because more material, more money. More traffic, more everything. Quick, let the niggers wear what they want. Rosa Parks. Get your black ass off this bus, you black bitch. God damn it. Niggers won't walk. We start walking. Niggers won't ride. Damn it. All right. There's a coin in it. Quick. Put them on the bus. Let them sit where they want to. We'll never integrate with your black ass. You whites only. White only. Wait, there's a coin in it. All right, let them in. Righteous. You go on to say while their fur is limp and lifeless. Oh, that is delicious. I love that. I love that. And it literally is fur. I saw a video. It was either on Instagram or Facebook or something in the last several months, and somebody wasn't being shady. They were literally proving that their hair is the same as the fur on dogs. We knew that already. Since I've been on Earth, we've always said that their hair smells like wet dogs when it's wet and things like that. That's what our nose tells us. That's what we observed. That was our observation, our impression. You know, that's just our impression. But there was somebody doing a serious thing showing that, yeah, it's just like animal hair. Son, happy Black History Month. Oh, that's to Righteous. Son, a peace to all the chat from Son. April Farrington, good to see your name. Hi, how you doing, Jedi? How you been doing? I've been pretty good, April. Thank you for asking. That's to Son. Shout out to We Need to Do Better. Your comment's gone though. Righteous. Oh, that's not okay. Son, you say you are so warmly welcome. Oh, that's to Righteous. Son, you say those damn demons are so jealous of our black hair. Yes. And what makes me also sick is when I see sisters wearing blonde fucking hair. You know, initially I was conflicted because I thought, well, yeah, give them hell. You know, like, okay, if it's supposed to be the blonde bitch, it's supposed to be so special, bitch, I could be blonde too. What? Now what? But now I'm blonde. What? So I kind of didn't hate it fully. But at the same time, I just feel like, nah, you don't need to do that. You know? Yeah, you don't need to do that, you know? And then what takes it even up another notch, and this puts me right onto a ventilator, is now you see brothers with blonde tips and shit. That's the bridge too far. That is the bridge too damn far. Like, I'm fully over it. Shiro, you say, King, I would like to know what you think about the sister who has been arrested because her young daughter has been doing Brazilian waxing on her mother's clients because she's learning the business. She was arrested because was arrested because her young daughter. How old is the daughter? And so I'm understanding her mother does Brazilian waxing. She's in business, and now she's teaching her daughter. Okay, fine. How old is the daughter, Queen? And you say she's excellent at it. I think she's either. Oh, you're answering. She's either 9 or 10. I would like to know, why is that so absurd? But a white child can own a gun, shoot it, take it to school, and then some starting all at the age of 5, or taking babies to a gay something. I think you meant to something. There's more to come. You make a good point. First, 9 or 10. What is the Brazilian waxing? Isn't that is that like you got the bikini on and we just getting the hairs around that would be seen by humanity? Or is that the one where we gon' smooth things out, as it were? Talk to me. Because that will predicate my answer. But I'll just say initially that, the world of women and girls is different than that of boys. If it was, I'm Muslim, so every 40 days we make sure ain't no hair nowhere. So would I have a 9 or 10-year-old boy that I'm going to teach that? I definitely am not doing that. Because even when it comes to puberty, like when I've had to talk with my nephews, I wait till they 12. You feel me? Like just about to turn 12, like 11 and a half, 11 to 12, whatever. Just right in that window. And because I know that's when things are happening and I have to talk with them, And girls are she's 9 or 10, so she's almost at puberty, and women and girls be naked in front of each other all the time anyway. It's a thing. It's female culture almost. Like I wouldn't trip on it. Like me myself. I think it comes down to if the grown woman who is having it done by this young girl doesn't have a problem, then it's not inappropriate. I think this is something that's dictated by women only. That's it. If women say it's cool, it's cool. If they say it's not, then it's not. And was there some man involved in all of this? Son, you say they also have lice hair along with that animal fur, Jedi. They do. We don't have lice because we have always kept our scalps moist or oiled or something. We don't create the environment for that. Yeah, you may find that brother that's on the street sleeping in a cardboard box who is completely dried out. Now he's got lice. But that ain't us. We don't really do that. Sure, you say I know. I typed a lot. No, I don't mind. When you get a chance, check out that story with the sister with the daughter. Well, we'll try and pull it up. Before we're done. I didn't know about that. I'd like to know what's going on. But you're saying the mother was a. Let's see. What'd you say? About the sister who has been arrested. She was arrested. Wow. Who had her arrested? Who knew that this little girl was doing this? How was it found out too? We have to know that. All right, let's go to the article on this case so we can move on. But you say waxing all the hair of the vajayjay. Okay. And I know some brothers are into that. That's just me. I don't need like fucking Xena Warrior Princess, but keep it natural. You feel me? Like, listen, as I always say, with anything that Allah has created, the moment you touch it, you just ruined it. That's it. It may as well not exist anymore. It's ruined. That's it. It's over. I want to pull something that's not. I don't know it when I see it. All right. Well, we'll just pull this first one. This is the Houston Chronicle. No. What? I can't. I'm not doing this. Don't be popping shit up. Okay. Text judge rules. Alright, fuck the Houston Chronicle. We need these bitches. They either want your information or they want your damn money. You feel me? Like one way or the other. So, fuck the Houston Chronicle. We'll move to something else that's not harassing us. Not now. I wanted an independent article. I didn't want just something that's going to give me the what do you call it, the transcript of a news story. I don't want that. I want an article that's written about this, that is that was specifically for editorial and not for television. Okay, let's see about this. Legal news, jurist. Great title. Okay, but then y'all ain't really got no article. It's like a couple of paragraphs. This is nothing. This is not. I can't work like this. One more attempt. I would like for something substantial, you know. Because maybe they'll have a little bit more about the ruling and the pleading on it. What was it? The language, things like that are of value. Okay, this looks like it could be something. Let's get you in here. All right, judge says Texas school district can punish black student for length of his hair. After a short trial, a Texas judge ruled that Barbers Hill School, interesting that it's named Barbers Hill School, ruled that Barber Hill School officials are not violating a new state law prohibiting hair discrimination. Now, when is this? The article is 22nd February. Is that when the ruling was handed down? I need to know that. A Texas judge on Thursday, let's see, was it updated? Updated at 4 p.m. Central. Okay, but when did this happen? We're going to find that out. A Texas judge on Thursday said that the Barbers Hill Independent School District can punish a black student who wears his hair in long locks without violating Texas' new Crown Act, which is meant to prevent hairstyle discrimination in schools and workplaces. Just the fact there even had to be a Crown Act is evidence that white people exist on the planet. There is no other country on earth, I promise you, where this exists, everybody. No place on earth where it exists except where there's white people who are in power. That is 100% true. The decision came after a months-long dispute between the district and Daryl George, a junior at Barbers Hill High School, who has been sent to in-school suspension since August for wearing his hair in long locks. Okay, those locks didn't just appear on his head overnight. There was a growing process. So we waited till his junior year and now they're a problem? Um, legislators last year passed a law called the Texas Crown Act that prohibits discrimination on the basis of hair texture or protective styles associated with race. Protective styles include locks, braids, and twists. In other words, they should have just said protective style include all the shit that white people simply cannot do and need to sat the fuck down. But you try. All right, but the Barbers Hill School District successfully argued it can still enforce its policy that prohibits males from wearing hair that extends beyond eyebrows, earlobes, or collars, even if it's gathered on top of the student's head. Just a second. So where's the fucking dress code that you can't wear a bunch of pink shit to school if you're a male, huh? That you can't come to school like a fucking little girl, huh? How about that? And I'm sure there's something there that you can't come to school if you're born a male and you can't show up as a little girl, and vice versa. I'm just sure they have that. I'm sure they have it, and so there's no need to look for it because I'm sure it's there. Judge Chap B. Kane III issued the ruling. Okay, we're gonna let's get him in here. Judge Chap B. Kane. Let's diminish. Well, search for Google images. Well, Chap became the third. Let's see if there's a picture of him. Oh, no picture, bitch. Who thinks that's an accident? And they just never got around to it. Well, it's just an accident. It's purely organic, and there's nothing to see here. We're going to get a picture. We're going to do that, inshallah. Because I know what I know. 23rd District Court. Kane. No picture still. All right, let's just go to images. The Jedi knows that of which he speaks. That's the bitch right there. You know he's burned a cross. You know it. You know it already. Damn it, you know it. All right. He issued the ruling after a short trial because they already knew what they were going to do. It was just a formality, like Emmett Till, like George Stinney. It's just a formality. After a short trial in which lawyers for opposing sides argued over the legislative intent behind the Crown Act, lawyers for the school said lawmakers would have included explicit language about hairling had they intended the law to cover it. Okay, but you said it did cover it. We read it. I'll just read it again. Lawyers for the bullshit school said lawmakers would have included explicit language about hair length had they intended the law to cover it. Okay, no, the Crown Act is different than the school's bullshit. This is specifically talking about the Crown Act itself. The lawyers for the school, okay, Allie Booker representing Daryl and his mother, Dorisha, said protective style are also possible with long hair. Quote, you need significant length to perform the style, Booker said. Booker, who's Booker? Who's Booker? Booker. Who the fuck is Booker? Oh, Allie Booker, the representative of the family. Okay, so you quote, you need significant length to perform the style, Ali Booker said. All right, you can't make braids with a crew cut. You can't lock anything that isn't long. Uh, uh, Daryl exited the courtroom in tears, walking alongside his mother and several lawmakers who co-authored the Crown Act. As I was walking down with Miss George and Daryl, you could sense the anger. You could sense the confusion, said Candace Matthews, the statewide chair of the Texas Coalition of Black Democrats. Daryl told me with tears in his eyes, all this because of my hair? Greg Poole, superintendent of the bullshit ass, fucked up ass school, declined an interview because all white people do is throw rocks and run because they're bitch ass people. If they're not in a group or armed, they do their bullshit and they run or they deny. After the decision came down, in a statement sent through the district spokesperson, the fucking coward applauded the decision. The Texas legal system has validated our white ass bullshit that the district's dress code does not violate the Crown Act and that the Crown Act does not give students unlimited self-expression, Poole said. Really? Because we're going to remember you said that, Poole, when somebody comes in and they're a fucking transgender and you allow them through the gates. Because you just said, and does not give students unlimited self-expression. Okay. The bastard also suggests that the U.S. Supreme Court ruling on college admissions will have ramifications on Texas's new Crown Act. The U.S. Supreme Court, quote, U.S. Supreme Court recently ruled that affirmative action is a violation of the 14th Amendment, and we believe the same reasoning will eventually be applied to the Crown Act. Poole said, listen, if we don't need a law, everybody. We could start segregating from these motherfuckers today. Period. 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 And I always tell you, how you think and speak is how you relate and react. I'm so sick and tired of black people. Anytime it's there's no other option but for you to, when you saying or doing something, for you to say black specifically, they always want to add some shit. They can't just say just black. You understand? Fuck you. I'm sick and tired of that. No more including anybody fucking else. Nobody, goddamn. Nobody. We need to just segregate from these fucking people, dude. Our lives would be a lot more peaceful. You see? When you have full and total complete segregation, then they wouldn't be able to justify having their white ass police in our communities. Because, like, we don't have anything to do with your fucking society. So we're not recognizing your fucking law enforcement. We have our own, thank you. And we'll fight to the death to defend that. That's the cloth I'm cut from. That's the shit that makes sense to me as normal as breathing. Last summer, the U.S. Supreme Court overturned 40 years of legal precedent and rejected race-conscious admissions in higher education at Harvard University and the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill. The majority found that the university's admissions policy, which used race as one of several factors in college admissions, violated the Constitution Equal Protection Clause, which mandates that people are treated equally under the law. Well, any lawyer worth his salt could have argued that the entire fucking Constitution doesn't apply to us because the shit was written at the time we were in fucking chains. Therefore, the writers implicitly did not intend for this to mean us. So therefore, we're outside of that. It means not a fucking thing. Therefore, this clause can stand. I'm over it. That's easy. Like, I just did that in 2 seconds. The majority of justices found that the race-based policies do not pass strict scrutiny, meaning the policies are not justified by a compelling state interest. Really? Because we could show the stats of when you had none of us in your fucking shit and what it's been after that. You see? I mean, oh my God, I can't. I can't. I can't. And not to mention that I'm also was hearing rumblings that this had to do with the fucking Asians. They were thinking that somehow spots that they would have just automatically gotten are going to black people because of affirmative action. Until it was no affirmative action, and then their bitch asses still didn't get in. Now what, Ling Wu? Huh? But this last statement, the majority of justices found that the race-based policies do not pass strict scrutiny, meaning the policies are not justified by a compelling state interest. Really? The compelling state interest that we ride in this bitch. So out of the safety of the state, you will want to have it in place. How about that? That's very compelling. We don't do a Nat Turner on your ass. Very compelling. It's unclear how the debate about the Crown Act is I can't even say it today. Is the same to the Supreme Court's ruling. Unlike the college admission case, Barbara Hill's bullshit ass, piece of shit ass school officials have not contested the legality of the Crown Act itself. They have simply rejected a particular interpretation of the law, saying, "Well, we don't have any problem with the Crown Act. We haven't violated it. Oh, we saw the stop signs that is sitting there, but we didn't run it, so we're not guilty." And I'm over this. They have simply rejected a particular interpretation of the law. That's our most important sentence right there, everybody. There it is. There she blows. That's it. Which makes the judge's ruling more egregious because, again, but it also validates what I say to you all the time. They change the rules and know the game for us. Laws are only written to control us. That's it. That's it. There's no other fucking reason. And to get money. That's it. That's it. That's it. So this is very telling when they say that we have to read before it because it says, unlike the college admissions case, the bullshit ass piece of shit school officials have not contested the Crown Act itself. They have simply rejected a particular interpretation of the law. In other words, the whole reason for law is that it is to settle dispute. I went through a stop sign. I didn't stop. Well, the law says you have to stop at a stop sign. This is supposed to settle dispute. Period. But you see, this is white evil in here. When even a judge would allow, what we call like the interpretation. It's very clear. That's it. This is the law. That's it. Give a fuck what you think. This is what it says. So that's it. And indeed, he could have said in this that because judges have range on fucking discretion. If he was interested in righteousness, which he can't be because he's a white devil, but let's fantasize for a moment. He could have said, no, we're going to just go by the letter of the law. That counselors made good arguments, blah, blah, blah. Because that's what you try and do in a court case. You take the law and you try and find a good in it for you to win your fucking case. You see? But to allow them to, the school board to say, well, we just reject a particular interpretation of the law that is in favor of the niggers. That's what it says after it. You just can't see it there because the ink is too, but that's what it says. It says it. Oh, it's my godson. Oh, little man. I can't answer now. He's going to be mad. Oh, man. The Texas Tribune reached out to Poole's bitch ass to clarify his comments, but he did not immediately respond because, again, he throws a rock and fucking runs down the block like a fucking bitch that he is. All right. Booker said after the Texas ruling Thursday. Thursday was the 22nd. Okay, they didn't do it on Malcolm's anniversary. Okay, that question is answered now. After the text ruling Thursday that she intends to appeal the decision, she also said she will file an injunction in a pending federal lawsuit filed by Dorisha and Daryl against the school district as well as state leaders. Now we're at this Ketanji Jackson bitch, that we can't depend on. She's on the Supreme Court, the first black bitch to be on the fucking Supreme Court. Can we depend on her? No, because why? She has a white devil for a fucking husband. So there goes that. Well, moving on. All right, in a statement, Representative Rita Bowers of Garland said she was disappointed in the decision and that it undermines the purpose of the Crown Act, which Bowers authored. Daryl's case serves as a poignant reminder of the systemic injustices that persist in our society, particularly when it comes to issues of race and personal expression. Unless you white and unless you one of these fucking confused ass fucking transgender ass people or something else, you see. But again, to her statement, it's a reminder of systemic injustice that we allow. You understand? Man, no one should ever be made to feel inferior or face barriers in education or employment due to their hairstyle. Well, I have a personal story because, don't you know, way back in the 1990s, I was actually fired from a job because they wanted me to cut my hair. I'd been there for, I feel like it was 2 years at that point. And all of a sudden, the males have to cut our hair. No. In fact, I know it was the 1990s because we were still going through the Rodney King thing. I don't know if the verdict had come down yet or not, but we were in the throes of the Rodney King saga. And I'm just like, I can't just put it up in my hat. So I immediately connected to this, because at that point, if they had said, yeah, you can have it up in your hat, but you just can't have it down, we don't want to see it. Okay, fine. It would still be some bullshit, but okay. But that me putting it in my hat wouldn't be good enough, made it personal. Now I have to burn your building down. I don't want to talk about it. Reynolds. During the trial, Booker called upon two witnesses, Dorisha George and Representative Ron Reynolds, who co-authored the Crown Act and chairs the Texas Legislative Black Caucus, which means nothing. Attorneys asked George's mother a few questions, only asking her to identify her son and define his hairstyle. Think about that. We'll just read it again. During the trial, Booker called on two witnesses, Dorisha, which is his mother, and Representative Ron Fucker, who was a Democrat of Missouri, who co-authored the Crown Act. He co-wrote the shit and chairs the Texas Legislative Black Caucus. This is your Ron Reynolds fucker. Let me make sure I'm not reading it wrong. He called on the witnesses. All right, that's fine. Who authored period. Attorneys asked his mother a few questions. There's a typo there. I think there should be an A there. Asked his mother a few questions, comma, only asking her to identify her son and to define his hairstyle. Who did that? Was this Ron Reynolds? We'll read on. Reynolds, however, was questioned at length as the two sides argued over the intent behind the law. Well, we know what the intent is. The intent is your white ass have been fucking with us about our hair, and so this had to be written to tell you stop fucking with us. That's the intent of the law. Who else? Who needs a break? Who needs it? Who needs it? That's it. Uh, argued over the intent behind the law. Reynolds said he co-authored the bill because he was disturbed by the bullshit piece of shit school's treatment of DeAndre Arnold, a black student who was told he couldn't attend his graduation ceremony at this piece of shit ass fucking school unless he cut his locks. So he couldn't attend graduation. Like, I'm done. I'm about to be out this bitch. And now it's a problem? That's a school in ashes in my book. It just is. Do you understand? Listen, they tried to pull this bullshit on my second to the oldest nephew, Kareem, when he was graduating in 1995. He had some book, a book. I feel like it might have been, I feel like it was one book, but it wasn't just one. Whatever. They were saying he wasn't going to be able to walk in graduation because of these books. Nah. So, my tacky ass fucking sister, his mother, she didn't go to anybody. Who did she go to find in the family? Me. I need you to go up to his school because they're trying to say Kareem ain't going to be able to walk in his graduation this and third. So, I went up and I handled it. And I made threats. And I let them know what was going on. Wallahi, that is the truth. And my nephew walked in his graduation. And we were all there. And it was wonderful. Do you understand? But that just gave me a flashback of that. Like, this dude. And I think I know who this DeAndre dude is. I think I remember seeing him somewhere. But he's, he's literally graduating to leave your shit now. He's done. No more classes to be done. But you're going to be, your white ass is going to be ass hurt over him walking in his graduation with fucking locks, bitch. We're not having the proper response to these people, everybody. You see what they do in Gaza. You understand? And claim they have the right to defend themselves. There's no people on the fucking earth who have a greater right to defend themselves than us. It should be on in this bitch every fucking day till the end of time for all the shit they've done and continue to do. And this is among the shit. You understand? Nobody a part of this case should be resting well and feeling safe and shit. It just shouldn't happen if we were the right people. But we're not. We're not. A judge issued a preliminary injunction in that case, blocking the bitch-ass school district from enforcing the policy in that particular case. Legislation or litigation is ongoing in the case, but he's already graduated. So are they still after him after he's already graduated? That's a dead bitch. I felt compelled to file legislation to protect students who were similarly situated, Ron Reynolds said from the witness stand. Attorneys for the bullshit ass piece of shit school repeatedly objected, with mixed success, to Booker's line of questioning. They interrupted nearly every one of her questions to say they were irrelevant or that the intent behind the law was plain within the law itself. Well, no, it's not. You're exactly a fork-tongued devil. Because if your objection on trial is to say that that their question is irrelevant or that the intent behind the law is plain within itself, when your own fucking testimony, you just said a few paragraphs ago that you had no problem with the Crown Act, your client, this Barbara Hill bullshit, had no issue with the law itself, but a particular interpretation of the law. Now you say that the law is plain within the law itself. It's just all plain now. Well, it's just all plain. It's all plain. You see, just in this fucking paragraph, we're finding forked tongues. Just in this fucking paragraph, we're finding forked tongues. Do you understand what I'm telling you? And we didn't write this. It would be an error to consider Representative Reynolds' comments as indicative of legislative intent, Barbers Hill bullshit attorney Sarah fucking Hoare said in her closing argument to the judge. You do have evidence of legislative intent, which is the language of the statute, which does not mention length. Okay, so then that means it's ambiguous. So that means you need to go and write a new fucking law. That means there's nothing to litigate here. You want me to litigate this? Then go include length in it, because he has it up. It's not in violation of what we know is written. So why are we here? Oh, but I'm a cross-burning fucking judge who's got, who's got fucking slave money in the bank. And so it happens. Well, we know why. It's all fine. It would be an error. But Judge Kane ultimately sided with the fucking white people, saying that the Crown Act could have been written to say that individuals with braids, locks, or twists are exempt from any hair length policy. Just a second. Go back, Jedi. Because the Ron Reynolds guy is very important, everybody. Because he was on the witness stand. So if you're a real brother, I'm the author of it. You say, I wrote the shit. This is what it means. So apparently he didn't put his foot down. You see? Well, just let's make sure. That exchange where he was asked questions. So they questioned the kid and his mother. And then Ron, the author of the shit. They didn't ask the mother a bunch of questions, just like move her along. But then Ron was questioned at length as the two sides argued over the intent behind the law. But he's on the stand. He's the settler of the law. I wrote it. That's like you're a songwriter, and something comes up with your song, and now you're in court. I wrote the song. I know what the song means. Why I wrote it is because my mother died, and something, whatever. This is why the song is. So something is weak going on here with this Ron Reynolds person, that he didn't articulate strength, and forget counsel's objections. At the end of the day, he's a major witness. We're arguing over this Crown Act. You wrote it. This is the final word on the shit. You know how they bring in, we don't know if the person was shot or if they were dead for 5 hours. Well, we'll bring in a special, the coroner. He's the specialist, and they spend 5 days for them to explain their entire life and why they're a fucking coroner. And now you're allowed to ask them questions. So they say he was questioned at length, and they argued over the intent behind the law. Ron said he co-authored the bill because he was disturbed by the other bullshit they had pulled already. Okay, that's the reason. What's the intent of the law? We know why you wrote it. Now, give them the shit that we need. A black student, we know blah, 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 and it was, okay, black in the schools district, okay, then they don't follow up. Goes on. I felt compelled to file legislation to protect students. This is still Ron then. To protect students who were similarly situated. Ron said from the witness stand. Okay, good. All right. Attorneys for the bullshit piece of shit school that needs to be in ashes objected. So what? Then that's where your direct examination by the attorney for the kid, when you got Ron on the stand and they're objecting, you just say, Your Honor, he's the person that wrote it. That's all you need to say to the judge. Because fuck the judge. What's he going to be able to say? Otherwise, you're going to have to force him to stay in open court, which is a matter of public record. You're going to have to force him to stay in open court to deny that testimony. He's here because he wrote the shit. And y'all saying that you're not in violation of it, but that you disagree with the interpretation. Well, here's the guy who tells you what the interpretation is. Nothing else to discuss here. So, why are you even allowing these objections from counsel? Okay, so they repeatedly objected with mixed success. So he's trying to look like he's fair, but he wasn't being fair. To Booker's line of questioning, period. All right, so it was mixed. All right. They interrupted nearly every one of her questions to say they were irrelevant, or that the intent behind the law was plain within the law itself. No, you're trying to invalidate the witness. This Ron Reynolds person say, we don't need him here because we already know what the law is. We already know. But your whole reasoning for even fucking having a lawsuit against you is because, and you're contesting it, is because you're saying, no, we're not even objecting to the act. So then why are you having so many objections against the fucking author of it then? Fork-tongued fucking white beast, dude. I don't know if we're going to get through this, y'all. How much more is left? We're not going to make it. Well, we might make it. We might. We might. We might. We might. I'm worked up. It wouldn't be an error to consider. It would be an error to consider Raymond, his comments, as indicative of legislative intent. Do you understand what we just read? This is the white devil. It would be an error. Like it would be completely out of line and some bullshit to take the guy who wrote the fucking law, co-authored it, to take his comments about the law as indicative of legislative intent of what the law means. Well, because he wrote it doesn't mean he knows what it means. Think about it. That's what they're saying. He wrote it, but he doesn't know what it means. He wouldn't know. It's an error to even think that he would know. It's an error to even think he would know it. Like, so what, he wrote it. He doesn't know what it means. It's fine. He doesn't know. That's what they're saying. Oh my God, I can't. Said the fucking Sarah bitch who needs to fucking at least break a heel at the very least in her closing argument to the judge. So it wasn't even a jury, that a bench trial. You do have evidence of legislative intent, which is the language of the statute, which does not mention the link. Again, they're just back and forth on their fucking tongue. This bitch just said to listen to anything that the co-author has to say would just be an error, Your Honor. Like, fuck him. Just because he wrote it doesn't mean he knows the intent of it. And then goes right on in the next breath to say, you have evidence of the intent, which is the language of the statute that he fucking wrote, which does not mention length. Oh my God. Somebody bring me Valium. Wow, we're done. I can't read any more of it. Let's move to something else. I can't even do it. Can't do it. Can't do it. I can't do it. I can't do it. You saw me try. Damn it. White people are exhausting. Do you understand? Exhausting. 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 Mentally, physically, emotionally, they will fucking drain the life right out of you. Do you understand? I can't. Okay, let me move some of this stuff out of the way so I can get us ready for our next piece. I hope you all understand what we just read there. That you really understood the topsy-turvy, contradicting, pablum, fork-tongue vomit of it all. And that a judge allowed this. It's an open and shut case. Fine, you have the author, the co-author of the statute. All right, let's get him in here, counselor. Let's get him in here. All right, gets on the stand, blah, 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 swearing, blah, blah, blah. Start your question, doesn't matter what the fucking, the other side has to say for the fucking bullshit-ass piece of shit school that needs to be in ashes. This is the expert. Remember in the OJ trial, we had William Fung. The guy is the inventor of blood splatter. He's the it dude. He knows blood, period. He's the one that said the blood had preservative in it, something wrong with this evidence. This is the dude. So there's no need to have experts in court anymore, according to this. According to this judge and these fucked up ass attorneys that were representing this piece of shit ass school that needs to be in ashes. No need for experts. No need. No need. But like I tell you, they change the rules and deny the truth no matter what, because they are people who must always have their way. And they get very ass hurt when they don't get their way. Shiro, you say the mother posted pictures of her performing it, but blurred parts out just showing her doing it. That may be a bridge too far. Let me read on. I'm just saying it's her mother's business and it's plain jealousy against mother and child, period. Yes, and it's a both and though, Queen, because it is nobody's business. And so by that same vein, no need to be posting pictures of this. Excuse me. Because if you the woman that's having it done, only you taking a picture of my woman getting her hoo-ha waxed from get to the 10-year-old, like not even caring. So this was the bridge too far, like to post this, because it just was the bridge too far. I think. Where were the pictures posted, Queen? Where were they posted? And is this how they became known to public interest? Shout out to Blue. You say 200,000 black Muslims, 200,000 in Philly? No, I think you mistyped, Blue. It's not 200,000. Philly has a very impressive Muslim population, but it's not 200,000. Let me just make sure, because I love the Islamic store that's there. It's the biggest one in the country. They have a very good inventory. You can get anything. It's all fine. Population of Muslims in Philadelphia.
According to Billy Payne,
I stand corrected.
So many of them call Philadelphia home. Community leaders estimate the amount at 150,000 to 200,000.
I
about
stand
10 to
corrected.
15% of the total population.
I stand corrected. Wow. And I shouldn't be surprised because, you know, you guys that have been with me, you know, for the longest time, I'm like, we're 1.4 billion Muslims. Then all of a sudden, we're 1.6 billion Muslims. With 1.9 billion Muslims, I'm up here, blah, blah, blah. Now it's 2 billion Muslims, bitch. 2 billion. You understand? The prophecy is coming true. So we will eclipse and run over Christianity very soon. And when we do, that's when you get scared, everybody. That's when you get scared. That's when you get scared. Because one of the signs of big prophecies of the end, and before the son of Mary, alayhi salam, can return to the earth, Islam will be the #1 religion on the earth. Do you understand? And why the son of Mary is returning is because he's the only prophet in history whose followers have worshipped him and held him up as some deity. All the shit he never claimed. And he's coming back to say to Christians, I'm not the son of God. I'm not your savior. I did not die for you. Kick rocks. I don't know you. Are you ready now to repent from that and to accept Islam? That's going to be your moment. Do you understand? So, yes, absolutely 200,000 Muslims in Philly. Allahu Akbar. Alhamdulillah. Shout out to Asia Lee. Big shout out to you, Asia. If we try to segregate, ready to die for it because they something but refuse to leave us the fuck alone. I think you missed they hate us. It feels like that fits in there. Yeah, and anything that we do, we have to be ready to physically go to war and defend it against their white ass, because they've shown us all through our history that when you try and do something, here our pathetic, simple asses come to attack you. You understand? Central Park used to be a thriving black town. No longer. Because white fucking jealousy. Greenwood, Oklahoma. Because white fucking jealousy. Do you understand? So when we do anything, we have to be ready, sadly, to protect it against their white ass. Because they don't know how to just go, oh, they have their own stuff now. They don't want anything to do with us. And go the fuck away. Like all of humanity would do. No, not the white devil. They have to fucking come and start problems. That's 100% true. Son, that's a... I don't know what I'm reading, son. I don't know the emoji. That's a something, and I say... Oh, that's a white I say so law. That's an... I get you. Robert Epps, a big shout out to you, brother. Here you go. I love you, but I'm going to fight you. Anyways, Elijah Muhammad taught to go nowhere where we are not wanted. And my grandmama told me that. This is why separation is a must. We should have our own schools. And not only that, we should have our own nation. Exactly. Our own businesses, our own shit. Even Muhammad Ali, my king, Rahim of Allah, was saying, just leave us alone. Give us some of that land out there, and we have our own black nation. Our own black nation. This was Muhammad Ali saying this, And that's really the thing. It's psychotic that we're the only people who have been oppressed by anybody, and we still want to be involved with them in any fucking way at all. And we'll defend them. There's nobody else on earth that does that. Nobody else on earth does that. And definitely white people don't do the shit. Because they've not been oppressed by nobody. Sadly. Black Beauty, always a big shout out to you, Queen. So glad you're here. A big shout out, you say, to me and the Black Global family. Robert, you go on, you say, in South Africa, they are dealing with this hair issue too. Black children there can't come to school with an afro. I don't know how our people there tolerate that kind of foolishness, because like our people here, most of them in South Africa are not Muslims, so they harbor fear in their hearts, and not only the fear of Allah, because the Muslim will bring it to your ass in the name of righteousness. Like, we can't come against you just to make a point or because we think we're right. We must be right, and then we come against your ass and we strike on your shit, and we have no fear, and we proclaim Allahu Akbar, because we know we'll be victorious. They don't bring this shit to Muslims, I'm telling you. So that's why it's happening in South Africa. But that's about to change, because I told you guys, we're watching very carefully, because in May, they're having their elections in South Africa, and the EFF is going to come to power. And when it does, white people are going to run like the roaches that they are there. Watch, 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 watch. Watch, watch. But look for a lot of unrest. Watch. And a lot of chaos being installed from these white devils. Watch, watch. They've already thrown Israel out, okay? And Julius Malema has articulated all the things that he's going to do when the EFF comes to power. They are shaking in their boots. And we're the only people that will allow somebody else to come and rule where we're the fucking majority. We're just not violent enough as a people. And that's a good thing, because we hold the moral high ground over humanity, quite frankly. Our continent speaks to that. Africa is not enemies with nobody. 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 You see? But we have to find our bone of revenge and violence, because that's what you need to protect yourself. It's like, you may have a great body and you don't think you need anything on, but damn it, it's a blizzard outside. You need to find a bubble coat, bitch, and a scarf to go out in. You feel me? So, I mean, the Holy Quran says that trials purify. So I just see it as Allah trying to purify black people from something. I would say that is white dependency. But Allah doesn't help our people until they help themselves either. The Quran is very clear. And so we as a people are waiting on something to happen miraculously, that will happen miraculously if we provoke it. Allah is waiting to give us the victory and waiting to be on our side. You see? But He's requiring that we show faith in Him. And the moment you show fear, that's immediately not fear of Allah. That means immediately you're not trusting and fearing Allah. Period. Immediately. Immediately. Ray Supreme, a big shout out to you, brother. Good to see you. I feel like it's been a few streams since I've seen your face and your name, and I'm so glad you're here. Original Jewess, big shout out to you. Hey Jedi, the real mad, they real mad that Beyonce is #1 on country charts, and they act like they invented it. country music was invented by black people. And my almost Pisces sister, but I'm claiming her. I'm saying because she want me. She want me. She already said it and stuff. She already want me. But she already want me though. But she already want me. So you out. She want me. Kelly Rowland is working on. Was it Kelly Rowland? Don't have me lying. Yeah, Kelly Rowland is working on a country album, and she was very specific to say, this ain't just like some R&B star trying to do country music. Like, I'm a country girl. I'm from Texas. I'm doing real country music. I love Kelly Rowland. You don't understand. You don't even know. You don't even know. You don't even know. You don't even know. She's on some kind of a speaking tour right now because of she's got a movie out, a new movie that she's in, that Tyler Perry casted her in the leading role, and so she's been on various shows, and I just want to say, first of all, her fashion is uniquely her. I've seen stuff on her, like, women's clothes don't make sense to me. I just know when I see something, if it looks nice, I go, that looks nice, you know, and she's killing it. Man, she's so beautiful. Her beauty is all over her. It's in her. It's even in her voice. When she speaks, just the tone of her voice is beauty. She's beautiful, complete beauty, inside and out. Kelly Rowland, man. Fuck Beyonce. It's not about her. It's not about her. And I was thinking, it's something one of the things I was watching her on, because she was some kind of, I don't know, I can't even describe it, just her stuff, her clothes was the bomb. And I was just thinking, you could tell that she dresses for her. Like, oh, that's cute, I'm gonna wear that just because she's cute. That's it. It has no other implication. Beyonce put some shit on, she's trying to punish every bitch on earth and compete and outdo every bitch, so it just comes off like, I can't. Kelly, man, that's the chick, dude. Oh, somebody's holding her back because she could have and still could ascend to bigger, I think, than Beyonce. Like, yeah, because I just love that female, dude. I mean, Kelly Rowland is the chick, man. I even love, I just want to meet her sons. It's just 4 boys, 3 boys, 3 or 4 boys. I just want to meet them and sit them down and say, man, look, y'all are so lucky that this is who your mother is. You're so lucky, man. Like, this is who your mom is. You're so lucky this is your mom. And forget the stardom stuff. Like, her humanity is that, even if she wasn't Kelly Rowland. You feel me? I love her, dude. She's complete beauty to me. Complete beauty. Complete beauty. Complete. 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 Complete beauty. That's just, I mean, just through and through, everything about her is beauty. And there was a dust up because they were saying that she stormed out of the Today Show with Hoda Kotb because she was there for an interview, and then they were like, oh, Jenna's drunken ass isn't showing up, so we want you to stay and co-host. So she was like, okay, cool. But then they gave her some bullshit ass dressing room. That's what they're claiming. But as somebody made the case saying, all we know from Kelly Rowland is goodness. We have no testimony in her 30 years that she's been on the scene of any diva being unkind, being late, being anything uncooperative, none of that. So the first foot should be something happened for this sister to walk. That feels like truth to me. That feels like truth to me. All right. The next thing I wanted to present. Did I finish the comments? All right, I'm going to come back to the comments in a second. Let me set our next piece. Which one is this? Yeah, this is the one. Uh, I don't want to come to that yet. I don't know if I want to go that deep yet. Okay, what's my time right now? Time management, Jedi. Time management. What do you want to do? Alright, we have to see this. Damn it. There is new. I don't really think it's that new, quite frankly.
This is
Evidence in the murder, assassination of our king, El Hajj Malik Shabazz, Malcolm X. I have many hours of documentary footage and things like that here. In fact, my nephew would testify. One of the things I used to torture him with when he first started coming to visit me is he would have to sit for many hours and watch stuff like this, you understand? Like, so he could understand what the truth of things is, you know? And I always knew, and I've done many pieces over the years on Malcolm, proclaiming that one of the most recent, I'll probably say, I ain't gonna say that, like one of the pieces I've done in the past, I've brought you and shown you that the dude who the White Devils sent to infiltrate Malcolm's organization, this guy worked his way up to become Malcolm's right-hand dude, head of security and all of it. And he was responsible for the stand down on the day of Malcolm's murder. And I believe that he was the one ensuring that Malcolm was dead, because he wasn't up there giving Malcolm mouth to mouth after he had been shot. I think he was making sure he couldn't breathe and making sure he was dead. The white man is the devil, everybody. It's like Bob Marley said, how long shall they kill our prophets while we stand aside and look? That's the key line, while we stand aside and look. While we stand aside and look. We should reap ape shit on this motherfucking shit. On everything. Until we get the desired result. Because you teach people how to treat you by what you allow. And every time we don't strike on some shit, they just do some more shit. They just know you're going to bitch. Oh, they punk. Fuck it. Do whatever you want. You see? This brother, his press conference is significant. And I was going to say for two reasons, but there's a third, because there's fucking Ben Crump standing there. Like, there should be a meme, dude, where you just have anything, like a grocery store, and then there's a picture of Ben Crump there at the checkout right behind you. Then you're on like a roller coaster at the fucking something, and right in your seat next to you is Ben Crump. Is that you on the space shuttle? And then there's Ben Crump in the pilot seat next to you. I mean, he's everywhere. He's everywhere. And I say he's the buffer. The buffer. And what does that ego mean? I'm a man who loves a good brooch. But damn it, I would miss some days of wearing it. I've never seen him without that fucking eagle on his lapel. And it's very concerning. Very concerning. Very concerning. 250. 250 is my stamp, moderators. In case I forget. Alright, let's bring you guys in. We're going to hear this from Democracy Now! But That's not where it was at. This gentleman is 71 or 72, or no, 81 or 82. He was Malcolm's main guy, and it's strongly believed that had he not been jammed up by this white devil, he would have been there on the day of the assassination and it wouldn't have happened. All right. 250 is my stamp, moderators. 253. 250. Wait, no.
Well, 59 years after Malcolm X's assassination this week, 2 former members of his security team have come forward for the first time to reveal details of their entrapment and imprisonment by New York police just days before he was killed.
Okay, shut up.
Yesterday, one of the 2 men and family members of Malcolm X appeared at a press conference. This is 81-year-old Khalil Sultan
81.
Sayed.
From its creation in 1964 to 1965, I attended public events organized by the Organization of Afro-American Unity, the OAAU, founded by El Haji Malik Shabazz, Malcolm X. It was widely known by my acquaintances that I had deep fondness for Malcolm X, as I spoke frequently with respect for Malcolm X, and I always made an effort to attend his speeches. In or about January 1965, I attended public events. On about January 1965, I was introduced to Raymond A. Wood. I only interacted with Wood on approximately 2 occasions. Robert Collier, a new acquaintance, told me that he wanted to introduce me to his friend who had some ideas. This friend was Raymond Wood. When Collier introduced me to Wood, I had only known Collier for 2 or 3 months. Collier was also invited Walter Bowe to attend. Since Wood was undercover, I had no idea he worked for law enforcement. I later found out Wood was an undercover police agent. Wood was an undercover police officer from the New York City Police Department and the Bureau of Special Services and Investigations. The idea Wood introduced was a conspiracy to destroy national monuments, specifically the Statue of Liberty. Those at the meeting laughed, so I assumed Wood was not serious about this idea. I said very little at the meeting. In the weeks leading up to my wrongful arrest and incarceration, I never heard the idea again. I was asked by a close follower of Malcolm X to serve as security at Malcolm X's home after it was firebombed on February 14th, 1965. I was offered this opportunity because it was widely known that I respected Malcolm X and was interested in the OAAU. It was a small group of individuals who were asked to serve as security for Malcolm X's home. Only 2 or 3 individuals per shift. I would always have made myself available to serve as security for Malcolm X, as I would always have made myself available to serve as Malcolm X security had I not been wrongfully arrested. It was widely known that Malcolm X's life was frequently in danger and under constant threat. On or about February 16, 1965, 5 days before Malcolm X's assassination, I was detained and arrested by the New York City Police Department related to the Woods conspiracy. I was shocked to hear the New York Police Department accusing me of conspiracy to destroy the Statue of Liberty. I lost 18 months of my young life for a crime I did not commit. I was only 22 years old at the time of my arrest. I spent 4 years as a student at Howard University working towards a degree in electrical engineering. I was helping my father in his store during a gap year in my studies when I was arrested. As a result of my detention, I never graduated from Howard University. I believe I was detained in this conspiracy by the NYPD, boss, and FBI in order to ensure Malcolm X's planned assassination would be successful. Had I not been arrested, I would have attended his speech and could have served as part of his security detail.
So that was an 81-year-old Khalil Sultan.
Okay, and you're 81. Carry the 3. That's also a commentary. This Khalil brother, heard him say he was studying to be an electrical engineer. But because of the conniving of this white devil, there's a brother who never realized that. As someone who worked in a men's prison institution for years, I can tell you there's so many talented brothers that are behind bars. They're not bad people at all. They any brother you would know, anybody. But they've been interrupted. You understand? By the way, random side note. Shannon Sharp. I saw him. I love you, Shannon. I do. I do. I do, brother. I love you. There's some things. And there's just some things. And there's some things. But I saw, you know, I've criticized him for wearing too much fucking Vaseline on his lips. And that indictment still stands because it is the truth. But I actually saw him put it on, and he just put it on. None of this. You feel me? And trying to really get it in there, and, you know, like the idea is to get it into the pores, and, you know, you're trying to moisturize. You just, you know, you're not trying to gloss. Unless you're Shannon Sharp. Okay, all right, it's fine. The thrust of that piece, everybody, is to, and I've presented that in another angle, and I didn't have him. So the value of that was to present, to say, to show you that there was another collusive act in place days before the assassination, where Fanny Shakur, Tupac's mama, some other prominent people were all snagged up at different times. The first group, they said, oh, conspiracy to possibly try and blow up the Statue of Liberty, as if we care about that bitch, which I have a video on my other channel, the old channel. I think it's on this one. Remember, I brought you a whole expose showing you that the original Statue of Liberty was a black woman, period. And the bitch standing in the harbor now still has chains around the bottom of her feet. Oh, the Jedi does his work. Anyway, and then they came later and charged another group with the same shit. And he was part of that group. And the reason was to get them out of the way, especially him, because he was so loyal and so dedicated to Malcolm. You know, that right hand that's really in your corner. And they knew that through the Negroes that they had gotten to infiltrate the organization, because the dude that was head of security wasn't the only one. There were others. Even the day that Malcolm was murdered, there was, I forget the number of FBI agents that said, undercover FBI agents that were in the room, you know. It also makes me ponder, what don't we know about our history, even going back just that soon to the 60s, that there was black police officers. Like, I don't imagine that in my mind. Somehow there's a disconnect for me. What? black police and and FBI agents. How? Like what am I not tying together? What don't I understand? But um, yeah, the whole thing was to get everybody out of the way so they could get in there and murder my king. And Malcolm, as I've shared with you, has also been significant to me because I believe in space and time. And though I wasn't on the earth at the time of his murder, he was murdered in February, which is the same month as my birth. So I wasn't alive in the February that he was murdered, but he was murdered in February. I'm born in February. And he was murdered on the 21st. My birthday is the 25th. There has to be a cosmic connection to that. And I only knew those details many years later. From I was young. I always was into Malcolm and knew who he was and was infatuated and felt a kindred spirit with him some type of way. And the older I got, it began to line itself up and made more sense. Like, this is why you're so into this dude. And certainly when I began to several years before my father passed, rahimahullah, we would pull all-nighters at one of my sister's house that he was staying with in his last years. And one of the things we would do in these all-nighters is sometimes we just listen to Malcolm X lectures, And I realized that there were things that I said and positions that I held that Malcolm was saying, Out of that and others was born when you've heard me say, I'm possessed by those who came before me. Like, I feel like I'm possessed by those who came before me. I'm them. I'm them. I'm them, Because that's how that came to be a vocalized proclamation from me. I would learn that some of these great people have said exactly the same thing I've said. But it was an education. Why even open up again tonight saying nothing has changed? Because that's what taught me that. How is it that I'm saying the same shit they were saying? And I was even alive when they were alive. How am I saying the same shit? And how is what I'm saying still relevant? As if they were saying it today. Because nothing has changed. That's your evidence. That's all you need. Run to the bank with it. All right, let me quickly come back to you and see what you're saying. Close that. We're just going to be out of order tonight because there's some other things that I want to, and I wanted to let you finish hearing the last few minutes of that rabbi that we dealt with in our last sitting, and because it gets to the real juicier parts. That, and we may get, let's see what else I got on the roster. We may get into, I don't know. We might get into the response because we saw Monique's son in the last sitting, and then we were going to go into her and Sydney's response, and I just aborted on that. So I don't know if we'll get to that tonight, because there's some other things that are a little bit more pressing. I don't know. Before I come to you, well, let me just cue this and I'll come to you right now. Okay, I need this. I think I just need this because I think they show the statement there and then the recap. Yeah. I think this is both in one, so I don't need the other one.
Our mission in Coding Dojo is about redefining
All right.
what's possible in our students' lives.
Didn't you
If
just
you are
pause?
interested in getting into tech, we are 100%
How is
behind you.
anything
We're helping you
happening?
get there.
Well, tonight, Congressman Andy Ogles is.
Okay. By the way, Blue, thank you for that 200,000 statistic on the Muslims in Philly. Appreciate that. Oh, I wanted to make, I think I stopped at Original US on the country music thing. I want to say this too, you know, all music is from us, everybody. Damn it. You know, I need you to really receive this when I say to you, we are the richest people on this planet. Materially and spiritually. That Allah has given us everything. All of it. All of it. All of it He has given to us. You look at our glorious continent. All the riches of the earth come from Africa. All of it. All of it. We are the first people. Then we have given the world mathematics, language, the use of paper, how to write. We did that. That's us. That's us. It's all us. Then all the talent, all of it. No human being on earth more talented than African people. We're faster, we're stronger. We look better. Not a better looking people on earth than us. Well, you know, the Arabs give us a run for our money. And there's some Latino things that are happening. There's some things. But we still edge everybody out. We have it all. We have it all. We have it all. And what a overwhelming force we would be if we could just exercise unity. Because if anybody else had what we have, they would be the bomb. Like unfucking touchable. But yet it's us. It's like we've been given $1 billion and we're all sitting around going, we don't know what this is. We don't know what to do with it. What is this? What does it mean? It's a fucking $1 billion and we don't know what the fuck to do with it. And I would also like to say that there's a song that I like. Favor. Favor. Phone. Yeah, this one. Is it Favor? Favor lyrics. No, maybe it's I Need a Favor lyrics. Boom. I only talk to God when I need a favor. It's a fat white dude. Ugly as fuck. I know he stank. But there he is. And he calls himself Jelly Roll. Jelly Roll. And you're not going to tell me, again, knowledge converging, everybody, because I had heard the song. I always tell you, when I hear a song one time, Never heard it. Never knew it existed. Never anything. Hear it one time. Love it. Want to hear it immediately as soon as I want to start hearing it again before it's even done. Like, wait, go back. That's a hit. And so I don't know where I was or when I heard or how I heard the song, but I heard it. And then fast forward to I see some clip. T.I. It was a very, very short thing. Like I don't even know something. Not T.I. Who's the fucker that does the song with Jamie Foxx? Blame It. T-Pain. I knew there was a T in there, goddammit. T-Pain, who is an amazing singer, dude. I discovered him on the Masked Singer first season. He won it. And I knew of him. I just knew of him as a rapper. I didn't really know. So when they asked me like, that's T-Pain, I'm like, oh, I know that dude. And then, of course, Blame It. But that's when I knew he was an amazing singer. Because I'd heard Blame It. I heard his part on it. But then they performed it live on the one of these black award shows right after Michael Jackson died. Jamie Foxx hosted. And he did Blame It. Brought out the white drummer dude. They murdered the song. You can't even find it online now. That actual performance, it makes me furious because I would just sit in my house and watch that for the next 5 weeks. Like, hit it again. Hit it again. It was that good. But when T-Pain comes in, he's singing it live. Now, you know, on the album, it's one thing. It's a good performance. But when Jamie Foxx gets part, goes T-Pain, T-Pain, and then he's in the audience, and I guess it's planned, I don't know, but he had something to drink, and there was some girls with him, and he was up like, girl, you know you look good, just like a book, open up something like a book, I ain't tripping, shorty ain't tripping, but it gets to the part where he goes, oh, what's the fucking lyric to that song, something, and he goes, got a head on, got something in my head on something. I gotta know the lyric in order to give it to you, because when he does that, all over my ride, she looked me dead in the eye. Aren't you a rapper? What? The dude is unbelievable. Now, fast forward, he's on Masked Singer. So I don't know if that's him. And he's killing the whole show. Every week, his character is killing, and then they unmask, and it's T-Pain. I'm like, so now knowledge converging. I know he's an amazing singer. Then I've heard this Jelly Roll song, Need a Favor, and then I see some clip of T-Pain saying, yeah, he's been making a lot of money writing country music, serious country music, big hits. But he got so much backlash that he just took his name off it. And he said, I'm happy to just collect the checks and don't put my name on it. I went, the fucking Jelly Roll song. That's got to be written by T-Pain. On my mama, on your mama, T-Pain wrote that song. Because even the way the Jelly Roll delivers it, it feels like a black person. We know our own. Listen, this is so specific, everybody, that I was questioning myself. Why do I love some of Britney Spears' fucking music? Damn it. Why do I love some of the Backstreet Boys? Why do I love some of the NSYNC stuff? Kill. Bow-Legged Lou and crew wrote a whole bunch of their music, and that's the shit I like. So you see that blackness was coming through. Like, why am I liking this music? Why am I liking this? You know, but that's the reason. So I know this Need a Favor song is written by T-Pain. I just know it. I know it. And I just need to meet T-Pain now. You feel me? First, he could pay me my $5 he owe me. You feel me? That's first. And then, T-Pain, did you write the Jelly Roll bullshit? Tell me now. The arrangement, the music, you could tell it's got a hip-hop drive to it. It's black music. It's black. I don't give a fuck what anybody's gonna tell me. Like that, this is a black song. Why it stood out to me, because the lyric is, I only pray to God when I need a favor. And I just thought, wow, the Muslim prays 5 times a day. But so many people would readily say they only call on God when they need something. So that immediately has a hook to anybody that's going to hear it. You don't have to be religious. You don't have to be holy. You don't have to be anything. That would just immediately be true for most people. I only talk to God when I need a favor. And that's the lyric. I only talk to God when I need a favor. And I only pray when I ain't got a prayer. So who am I? But he goes, so who am I? Who am I? Who am I? Who am I? Who am I to expect a savior? Oh, come on. Oh, that's not in country music. Oh, country? Nah. Who am I? Who am I to expect a savior? Oh, that's black. Stop with me. You understand? I only talk to God when I need a favor. But God, but God, I need a favor. I know Amazing Grace, but I ain't been living them words. Swear I spend most Sundays drunk off my ass. Than I have in church. Hardcover King James only been saving dust on the nightstand. And I don't know what to say by the time I fold my hands. You got to go and hear the song for yourself. I can't do it any justice. I only talk to God when I need a favor. And I only pray when I ain't got a prayer. So who the hell am I? Who the hell am I to expect a savior? Oh, if I only talk to God when I need a favor. But God, I need a favor. Amen. And then there's some parts where they go, Hail Mary, something, Hail Mary. It's tight, I'm telling you. And I know T-Pain wrote it and I want my cut. Damn it now. Anyways. So thank you, Jewess, for getting me off on that country tangent. Robert, you say no, Kelly is an Aquarius, but only by moments, and that's why I still claim her as my Pisces sister. Don't ruin my fantasy, Robert. But you are right, damn it. All right. Simply Son. All right, Jedi, I forgot to tell you, my nephew married a white demon. I'm dead. My sister and her father got up and made a statement and said, I hate my nephew. My sister said her father got up and made a statement that I hate my new N-word son-in-law and all N-word people. See? And look, I'm not mad at him because he's not the one to be mad at. He is not the one to be mad at. This is perfect. He is not the one to be mad at. They keep it a buck. You see? Why are we allowing the shit? As soon as he brought her home, his parents should have said, not that bitch, not here, not here, not right here. Nope, nope, not right here. Nope, not right here. You feel me? And shut it down. But they didn't, so they deserve exactly what they got. I'm not mad at him. I'm mad at them. Shame on them. They caused this. Again, we just gonna love our fucking enemy no matter what. First thing you're supposed to tell your young boys is don't you dare bring a white bitch near this fucking zip code. And you let them know in a way that puts the fear of their own life in their hands. They should picture their own coffin in that moment. I know they think they live. It's not going to last either, son. Mark this on your calendar. The Jedi said on this day, it will not last. It will not last. Watch, 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 watch. Original Jewess. Did you hear Kelly Rowland walked out? Yeah, I spoke about that a moment ago. And I'm giving her grace because, like somebody else said, it's got to be more to that. you know. And J-Lo is on a tour right now, you know, a publicity tour with her album, and she's done something profound and amazing, and it's all reflective, and she can't go on. And she was in, and they showed proof that J-Lo literally brought the entire fucking closet with her. Like, because she's in New York, and every city she goes to, she's doing different press junkets in that city. So she's taking all these outfits, and they showed her, like, here she is coming out of ABC, here she's coming out of NBC, here she's coming out, and she's in a whole new fucking everything with new hair and everything. So she was in the big dressing room. Kelly is not petty like that. You feel me? Me and Kelly used to date. I wasn't going to even tell y'all. You feel me? But me and Kelly used to date like for a minute piece type thing. Just like I don't want to get into it and stuff. But and so it was something else that must have happened, you know, because now I'm gonna host. Okay, let's negotiate my fee, because I was just a guest and that would have been free. Now you want me to host, so manager, agent, accountant needs to come in, lawyer, and decide what you're going to pay me for this hosting fee. And I'm Kelly Rowland, and so I have carte blanche. You know, I'm internationally known. I'm part of a legendary group. I'm a solo artist as well. I'm known. I'm a proven entity. I'm a known quantity. So fork over the cash. And then when it's not like that, then I walk out. You see. So something else went on, I believe. And inshallah, something else will come out that will let us know. You guys follow the story as much as you can, and then bring it to me, and we'll cover it, because I'm putting my stake that something else went on. And Kelly, being the gracious queen that she is don't feel no need to put it out there right now. You feel me? She might have called me and told me something I can't tell y'all right now. I don't want to get to that. You feel me? She might have told me some stuff, like low key type thing, that I can't really speak on. Son, I told my sisters that their get down. I told my sister that's their get down, and that is why I didn't go to the wedding. You go, son. That's what I'm talking about. Don't even be a part of it. Don't acknowledge it. Like, I mean, we have to stand. Because, listen, perfect example. I was still living in Maryland. My second to the oldest nephew, Kareem, that I spoke about earlier, had been in Job Corps. And Kareem has always been he's a good kid, man, and a good man now, you know, but he was always a good kid, always very respectful. Kareem is 6'4", solid. Like, I used to be like, get your ass down here and give your uncle a hug. Get down here. You know. And I'm his uncle, so he's obviously a model. That goes without saying. Let's not talk about what is known, everybody. Let's not discuss what's obvious and known. Let's not discuss that. But when he came home from Job Corps, I was still in Maryland. So you know, and so, but he comes home with this beast from hell. Now, we wouldn't have hated this if the sister was big. It's just you big and funky and evil. You feel me? It's like you evil and you big and you stank. So that's like, you feel me? And so when I did come to California, one of the things I said to him when I got to speak to him alone, first I chastised all the men in my family, including my father. How is it that when he brought this girl home, none of y'all took him to the side and say, hey man, nah, what's up with that? What are we talking about? You know, his mother didn't do it when she's the one that went and picked them up for wherever they flew in or bust in or whenever they came from Job Corps, and this beast was with him. That's when you should have said, well, Kareem, I got you. Where's she going? Does she need a ride to someplace to drop her off type thing? You know, they didn't do it. And so they allowed it. And she wreaked havoc on the entire family. You know, nah, don't co-sign on it. Don't allow it. It's not cool. It's not. And it's not going to last. So you will be victorious in the end, son, because you're going to be able to stand there and say, I knew it the whole time. Robert, you say, and my Libra brother Usher, my cousin, I taught him everything. Go ask Usher now. Call him now. And just say, just don't even say nothing. Just call him. Say, Usher, who taught you everything you know? It's gonna be me. So that's not even. But that's not. So that's not even. But that's not even. That's not even. That's not even. That's not even. Um. You say, Libra brother Usher did his thing. And when is Libra? When are y'all? Did his thing at the Super Bowl. James Brown, Michael Jackson, Prince, and Marvin Gaye was all proud of his performance in memory of them. The brother was on skates. And did you see my review of the performance, Robert? I ask you this now. Because yes, it did something, but it did not have it. It just did not have it. There were so many things wrong with that show, and I pointed them all out in a stream, and then I told you guys I do live stream takeouts now, where I'll take sections out of a live stream that were really fantastic or isolated subject and just put that out as a single piece, so that somebody doesn't have to go and watch a 5-hour video and know that, oh, he talked about that and that's what so like it just, but yeah, it didn't have it. It didn't have it. It did not have it. You go on, you say, Usher finally outdid Michael. I know you didn't speak this blasphemy. I don't know if I can read on. I think we're done with the stream. I think I'm done. I think we're done. I'm pretty sure we're done. You did not just type this, Robert. Come close. Come close. Come close. Come close. You dared to type, and I'll just read it. And there may be mysterious people and sounds outside of your house for the next several weeks. Now, I don't know. I've heard things have happened. There's been some outbreak of things happening. I'm not, people have told me stuff. They tell me things. I hear things. But you dared to type, Usher finally outdid Michael Jackson and Prince at the Super Bowl. How did he do that? How did he do that? What fantasy is this? What vision are we having? What delusion are we suffering under? Is it Valium? Is it Quaaludes? What's going on? What's happening? Listen, Robert, there is no outdoing Michael Jackson ever in the history of ever. From now until the end of time, you will now be outdoing Michael Jackson. Listen, he didn't even outdo Dinah Ross, as I point out in my piece. Dinah Ross left the fucking stadium in a helicopter, still singing and giving vocals. She's so over the top. I just love it, man. It's so ridiculous, but she gets to do that. Like, fucking Dinah Ross, damn it, bitch. Dinah Ross left the damn, while the show is still going on. Like, the dancers actually, and by the way, she's changed 15 times during the performance. She goes behind some feathers in 2 seconds. She comes out. She's in another outfit. She's classic for this. When you watch award shows now and you see the female host, she comes out in a different outfit. Dinah Ross did that. That's Diana Ross. Nobody did that before Dinah Ross. Nobody. You're going to wear 20 dresses in one night? Nah. But Dinah Ross did. You feel me? So this was that. And there she was at the Super Bowl. And the bitch left. Here the dancers are that whole escorting me down to places that Mariah does now. That's from Dinah Ross. Being escorted at all times. And then she's, the helicopter lands and she's still singing and they put her on the edge and she's like, take me higher, whatever she was singing. She murdered, dude. Like Usher didn't even outdo that before even get to Michael. He didn't even outdo Shakira and J-Lo. You go on and say, you're laughing out loud, you say it was the most watched television event in history. That's true, and I'm glad for that, for Usher. Like I say, I'm rooting for Usher. I sweat him, and I raised him, I taught him, I've done everything I could for the kid. I did what I could. But, he has been making his own lane. That's one of the things I like about him. He's uniquely him. Like, every artist doesn't get that. He's not been lost in any fray. He still has that apartness that you get from a Michael or a Prince or a Madonna. You know, artists that are just, they're apart from everybody. Like, that's so and so. You know, one of one. And Usher is that. So I'm pleased that he had the biggest audience, but he only has it now because Michael don't live no more. And with social media and all that stuff now, people know about stuff. So you can get a bigger audience, you understand, than anybody else could, quite frankly. Glad it was Usher and not somebody else, you know, definitely not somebody white. So I'm proud. Yes, that is a true statement. He is the biggest television audience, and at least that's what they've told him, and that's what everybody's saying. Now, I still want to see the numbers because, again, this white devil don't quit, and they're still trying to bury the accomplishments and the memory of Michael Jackson. So I have to challenge that number and see, was that true? Because when Michael popped up out of that stage, more people saw him than anybody ever watched anything on this thing known as television in the history of the world. And we saw how quickly his This Is It concert was selling out when he was just even in rehearsals. These things have to be considered. Shiro, thank you for the timestamp reminder. I appreciate you being prudent. Robert, you say the same people who killed Malcolm X is the same people who killed Dr. King and deported Marcus Garvey and put Elijah Muhammad in jail and poisoned Farrakhan. And the U.S. government is behind them all, and it's the same motherfuckers that killed Michael Jackson. It's the same motherfuckers that did 9/11. It's the same motherfuckers that's killing Palestinians in Israel right now. It's the same. We could just go on. You understand? Same motherfuckers that dropped the bomb on Nagasaki and Hiroshima. The same demon. The same demon. Same demon. Righteous indignation. Another shout out to you. Say not understanding in my Jedi voice. Not understanding. Right. Oh, okay. Robert, you say Louis Farrakhan will be speaking this February 25th in Detroit. I know it's Savior's Day. Happy birthday, Brother Jedi. Thank you so much. I feel like he might want me to come and speak just because he's going to dare speak on my birthday and stuff. Like, so you might want me to at least ask me so I can say no or something. Like, anyway. You know, and it's interesting too because literally tomorrow, last year, my birthday was on Saturday. So literally tomorrow, I was standing in Senegal, West Africa, at the African Renaissance Monument, trying to get my drone up in high wind and birds for you. You understand? Or is what's that movie? For You. Shiro, you know, I should be shocked that the name doesn't come to me immediately. Joe Pesci, y'all know. Anyway, so interesting that my birthday is on Sunday. You say the U.S. government destroyed the Black Panther and the Nation of Islam too. They had an agent all throughout both organizations, and they hated and was afraid, I think it meant, of Tupac, and they took out Bob Marley too. And there's a new Bob Marley movie either out or about to come out or something. I don't know how I feel about it. I haven't really seen a trailer on it all like that. I did see the actor who's playing Bob Marley. I think he's too pretty. So right there, I don't believe you. And who's telling the story, you know, and because they made more than one attempt on Bob Marley. And yeah, I don't know enough about it yet to snipe at it. You go on, Robert, say, I found out that black people invented the waltz dance. Yes. You could have asked me that. I'm a choreographer. Khalifa of the Most High. Good evening, brother. So good to see you. I'm glad you could make it this evening. And shame on all of y'all because our last stream, I was saying, I was like, if tomorrow was like another holiday or something like that, if it was the weekend or something, y'all didn't tell me the next day was goddamn it President's Day. Shame on all of y'all. Robert, you say he got the name Jelly Roll from a black man from New Orleans named Jelly Roll Morton. He was one of the pioneers of jazz. Boy, white people steal everything from us. Yes, they do. And what they can't steal and rob and fucking thieve, they murder and fucking kill. Son, facts you got right. Facts you got right, Jedi. It was last. I will keep you posted on that. I think it won't last. Yeah, keep me posted. It's not gonna last, I'm promising you. I've proven that over the years. I even took big celebrity couples that were like George Lucas, and he had his black wife. I said, at the time I was doing the video, I said, this is not going to last. It won't last. And then I think it was like the next year or something, like they were over. I can't remember all the examples I brought in the video at that time, but I know of many, like, these don't last. Because at the end of the day, you cannot listen because people don't understand what love is. Just because you see some white bitch and you think she's attractive, which can't be possible, but if you think that, fine, then that's what you're in. You're in infatuation and lust and attraction. That is a far equator from love. And so when you get into the love part of it, why they don't last is because no white bitch can ever fucking relate to an African person. Our history is too fucked up with these people and still continues. No. Now, if it's Tiger Woods, but that ain't a black person. So these things happen. These things happen. They don't last. They don't. They can't. Damn it. Where am I at now? Papa Grandson. Papa Grandson. Shout out to you. That's a new name I never saw. Welcome to the channel. You say, greetings, sir. I hope you do a video about the Georgia DA Fannie Willis and Nathan Wade. Curious to hear your take on it. Remind me, Papa, what, because I know that the Fannie Willis, what's going on? Is it corrupt? There's a few black people in local government that are snarled up in some kind of scandal right now. Remind me of what the Fannie Willis thing is. You say it's the Georgia DA. Yeah, I can't remember. Robert, Jennifer Lopez is a Leo, and they are more flamboyant than Aquarius people. Kelly Rowland. They are opposite signs to each other too. Aquarius people tend to be rebellious and unconventional. To some degree, I would agree with that, because being a Pisces, the king of all signs, and you're nothing if you're not a Pisces, but that's not your fault, and you're inferior and you'll never amount to anything, but that you can't lean on that. But yeah, because I've mistaken some Pisces or some Aquarians as potential Pisces because of certain traits I observed, and I think those two are one of them. I would agree with that. And then you say, I knew that statement about Usher would touch a nerve in people. Michael Jackson is still the greatest. But then you're still violating right here, because you say Michael Jackson is still the greatest along with Prince. We cannot have this. Clean it up, Robert. Clean it up. I can't pull back the snipers once I've given the order. I can't do it. It's out of my hands. It's above me now. Along with Prince and the Godfather Soul, James Brown, Usher is a student of them. Yes, he's a student. And Michael Jackson, let's just be very clear. Michael Jackson is the greatest entertainer the world has ever seen, and the most famous human being ever to touch this realm called Earth. There is no prophet from Allah that is more famous than Michael Jackson. That feels wrong to even say that, but it's the truth. His face and name is instantly known in every corner of the earth. Michael Joseph Jackson. Doesn't get any bigger than that, except me. But I don't want to make this about me. And Michael knew. You know, often we'd have conversations, say, you know, Jedi, I wish I was as big as you, and you know, it's a few things, but you know. Okay, I think we're going to now at least. Did I pull this? I pulled this, right? I've staged it. I'm staged. All right, let's bring you in so you could hear this, and that will perfectly lead us into the rabbi. Hear this now. Notice the demonry that is with this devil.
Congressman Andy Ogles is standing by his comments he made about Hamas earlier this month.
He says he was approached by pro-Hamas activists on Capitol Hill when this exchange happened.
All right, we're going to start over.
Well, tonight, Congressman Andy
it's
Ogles
that
is
doing
standing
it.
by his comments he made
It's their
about
video,
Hamas
not me.
earlier this month.
He says he was approached by
See,
pro-Hamas
how you know that is
activists
because
on Capitol
I go
Hill.
back, it's clear.
Tonight, Congressman Andy
And it gets
Ogles
blurry in the
is
same spot.
standing
That's
by his
not my
comments he
technology
made
stuff.
about Hamas earlier this month.
He says he was approached by pro-Hamas activists on Capitol Hill when this exchange happened.
No, that's already wrong right there. He says he was approached by pro-Hamas activists. There's no pro-Hamas activists, bitch. There's pro-Palestinian activists. You see the forked tongue of this white devil, because they're trying to say that if you even support if you try to defend the lives of Palestinians, that you're with Hamas. Well, bitch, I am with Hamas, bitch. Do you understand? Because the Hamas was democratically elected, since y'all love the word democracy so fucking much, you see, until it comes striking on your ass. Then you don't like it. And you only want it when you dictate it. You understand? So Hamas was democratically elected by the people of Gaza and the West Bank, the Palestinian majority. They were elected. And so, not only that, but Hamas is and was to the Palestinians what the Black Panther was for us. They were that group that said, you know what, we will take it to their ass. So had we been a unified group and said, we're going to have our own fucking party, fuck Democrats, fuck Republican, we're having a black party, and this is who we fucking nominate, the Black Panther. That's our party. What? That's it. So Hamas is that. And so in the case of 75 years, nearly 100 years of straight occupation, murder, and fucking genocide upon a people, bitch, I don't give a fuck if it was Santa Claus and his damn it reindeers. Somebody need to strike on your fucking Zionist ass. I fucking support Hamas. God damn it. And any people of right mind would support the shit, unless you're willing to go there and defend the Palestinians for them. Are you ready to go there and defend the Palestinians? All right, then let Hamas do it. But let's all be very clear. Hamas did not attack this shit stain on 7th October. It was a false flag act. But what made this unique, most false flags in history, they do something. Like 9/11 was a false flag. That was engineered and carried out by the military and the government. Secret ops. And it was a pretext for them to go into the Middle East and to attack, because Saddam Hussein had started trading his oil in euro, cutting America out of the shit. Just like you saw, I brought you the stuff on Burkina Faso, and how France now wants to fucking trip because they said, fuck your puppet, we're taking him out and we'll install our own fucking government, bitch. No, they've got to go there and it's a coup, and they're illegitimate, and they're this and a third. And you're going to dictate to another country who the fuck they are? Fuck you, white people. Fuck you. You don't get to dictate everybody's fucking life. Go and run your own shit finally. Oh, you have nothing to run. That's why you're everybody else's fucking business. But the fact of the matter is that this is why Hamas exists. So there wasn't an event on 7th October. That's why they've shown the evidence to nobody. They claim some of the media outlets, they let them in. They saw, you hear anchors of that. I was let in. I was part of the group that went in. I saw the video. Fuck you, bitch. You didn't see a video. Because now we have AI and they can make anything, you see? So, and that's Israel. So we know they have the technology, but they wouldn't even need that sophisticated technology of even AI. Just put some shit that looks like the Middle East and go, look, we're being attacked. Look. No. Most false flags, they actually do some shit and blame it on somebody. 7th October, they just proclaimed it happened. That's it. It happened. And everybody went, oh, it happened. I've been saying from day one, go back and watch every fucking video I've done on fucking this Israel Hamas shit. I keep saying, nothing happened, everybody. Nothing happened on 7th. Nothing happened. Nothing. It didn't happen. I proclaimed that from the mountaintop because I'm clear. Not a fucking thing happened. Nothing happened. And then we begin to learn, oh, those babies that Joe Biden's language was, I saw and I confirmed. Then he had to walk that back. But because remember, I held him to it. I said, you guys, he said he saw and confirmed. And I broke down the language of that. Not, I was told by an aide and no. I saw and I confirmed. And then it wasn't true. But none of it was true. Then we learn about their Hannibal doctrine that they put in place many years ago. That one of their fucked up tactics is, in battle, if it looks like the enemy is getting the better hand, you kill your own fucking soldiers so they can't be captured, so they never have to negotiate with the other side. They went in and they shot up this concert that we still haven't seen the concert. Nobody's told us who was performing at the concert. That would at least be known. It's not. But they shot up. Israel shot up their own shit. They killed their own people. And they proclaimed it was Hamas. Because this is their dream. This is their wet dream forever. Since their white, fucked up, demonic asses showed up in Palestine in the 1920s. From the moment, because white people don't go anywhere and just get along and just can be amongst everybody else that's there and be to their fucking self and be a fucking minority. They have to come in, ruin everything, kill, murder, steal, and take over and run shit. This is no different. Do you understand? So nothing happened on 7th October. So even her framing right there can't be allowed. That it was a pro Hamas protesters. No, bitch. It was pro Palestinians, pro life.
Andy Ogles is standing by his comments he made about Hamas earlier this month.
He says he was approached by pro-Hamas activists on Capitol Hill when this exchange happened.
You've seen footage of
shredded children's bodies. That's my taxpayer dollars. We're going to bomb those kids.
So I think we should kill them all, if that makes you feel better.
Representative
That's a white devil.
Says the group should die.
That's your white devil du jour.
Atrocities that are beyond normal comprehension.
Right there.
So I think we should kill them all, if that makes you feel better.
Representative Ogles says the group should die after committing atrocities that are beyond.
And he's not the only one saying that. We've heard numerous white people across the not just American media, across Sky News, British media, French media, all this shit. We've heard many of them, white devils, up there saying the exact same thing. They just let it all out. You understand? They're not who they pretend to be, everybody. This is the savage on the earth. I'm clear about that shit. I'm clear. I am me. I'm clear. And so their response is not surprising to me. You see? But let there have been any other country, a Spanish country, an African nation, anything that had gone in and just been, for months now, just been in there fucking bombing the fuck out of Israel. They would act like the world fucking ended and it must stop. But when their white asses do it, we don't know if it's genocide, and I don't know, and do you condemn, and are you ready? Fuck all that. White people deserve a very special place in hell. A very special place, and I'm sure that Allah has prepared that. Has prepared that. I know He has, because He speaks of it in the Quran. I know it. 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 I don't give a fuck what you want to call anything. You got 30, it doesn't have to just be children, but 30,000 people dead from anything. 30,000. Just think of 30,000 of anything. Let me shut up.
Representative Ogles says the group should die after committing atrocities that are beyond normal comprehension.
And I agree with him. And white people should die for the atrocities they've committed beyond human comprehension. We're aligned. We're aligned. I'm aligned with the congressman. I'm aligned. I'm aligned. I'm aligned. Here's the language.
Should die after committing atrocities that are beyond normal.
After committing atrocities that are beyond normal
comprehension.
Comprehension. I agree with him. We agree. We found common ground. We found it. You saw me. We found it.
Rape and torture of children. He released a statement saying in part, I stand by Israel and their right to punish Hamas on a scale of biblical proportion, including their accomplices and the facilitators of the aforementioned atrocities.
And let us write that. Just take out, I stand by, we as black people stand together to punish white people on a scale of biblical proportion, including their accomplices and facilitators of the aforementioned atrocities. Their heads would roll the fuck off the block. You see? Because they really believe they're supposed to be able to fuck you over and you're not supposed to have anything to say or anything to feel about it. They're supposed to just be able to get away with it. And I say there should be consequence. And inshallah there will be. And there would have been if we weren't such a weak-ass fucking people.
End quote.
Now, we spoke to the woman with the organization Code Pink about her interaction with Representative Ogles.
I was just shocked. My mind went blank because I couldn't even process that that's what his response was. You know, I was telling him, trying to speak to these people's humanity about all the thousands of kids that have been bombed with American, U.S. tax dollars.
She says it's shocking that someone in a position of power can get away with making comments like that. It's something a Metro Council member also expressed this week.
This is the type of things, statements, rhetoric, that made it okay for people to march and preach hate. It is not enough that we sign resolution. It is not enough that we talk about it. Our actions mattered.
Metro Council went on to pass a resolution condemning the neo-Nazis who marched in Nashville over the weekend.
At San Joaquin Valley College, it's never...
They can exist, but Hamas is such a terror group. But these white motherfuckers are even in 2024 out there with their fucking swastika flags. Don't tell me shit about white people. Don't ever attempt to do that. Don't ever attempt to do that. Like, don't ever fucking attempt to do that. Because I will crush you to dust. Don't do it. Don't approach. And that will take us directly into this. We were roughly at the halfway point, so I'm just going to go there. And I'm going to move out of the way because I need you to see the whole demeanor of this rabbi.
I think that maybe to open, to a little lazy thinking or whatever. I'm not going to talk about the Balfour Declaration and that they came in a group of people.
A little bit before that.
28,000, whatever the number is murdered. How many more?
1751. Now, for those of you who don't know, let me set this up. This is important because forever you've heard me bitch about Judaism and Zionism. Okay, fine. Now, this little Peter Pan guy that's, well, I can tell you while I have to pull it up and then. This little Peter Pan looking dude, and he does look like Peter Pan, or Tinkerbell, because isn't Tinkerbell that wears a little hat and fucking, goddamn it, it's Tinkerbell. So the little Tinkerbell dude on the left I've seen other stuff, like there's been other stuff that I've seen, and he just it happened to be his channel, and that's how I came to know he exists or whatever. But I always saw him as a fake and like a double agent, and I don't buy his little mouse demeanor, because he's a mouse. He's weak. You could tell he's frail and fucking just weak as fuck. But that said, you sit up there with a fucking yarmulke on your head, trying to get the clout of being one of these stinking ass Zionist people, but you're some bullshit. And I'm sure his channel is being paid by the ADL and the fucking IDF and the bullshit, because their tentacles are long and they have the money. They're paying people to do different things, and I think he's getting some type of compensation. But he ran up against the genuine article because he happened to have the rabbi on there. You could see the rabbi has the keffiyeh around his neck. That's one of the ways you spot the Orthodox Jews as well. When they have that Palestinian keffiyeh, you know they support Palestine. They're not a Zionist. So the rabbi calls his little bitch ass out on the shit. But he was trying to be nice, but he's being passive aggressive, because there's several parts where he goes, I'm not really sure who you are. Like, who are you? You know, like you sit up there wearing a yarmulke. I'm supposing you're supposed to be. But just anyway, I think I've set it up enough. Hear it now.
How many more are half dead? Their whole life they'll be half dead because of what happened, because they're injured beyond blinded and paralyzed and so forth, and emotionally. This is this is just from the people of Gaza. Who's talking about from the Jewish communities and so forth? But you're talking about. It's unpleasant to go back and think that maybe to open, it's a little lazy thinking or whatever. I'm not going to talk about the Balfour Declaration, and that they came in a group of people where there were Jews living there, a community that Jews were residing in the same courtyards, babysitting each other's children with the Muslim people. Everything was a beautiful relationship. Jews were flourishing, and you can tell me that I don't know what I'm talking about, and I'll tell you that I'm standing in a room right now with somebody who's an 8th generation Palestinian, and I'll tell you that in Hebron there was a massacre in 24, and the Hebron massacre, the Zionists love to point to the Hebron massacre and say, hey, that was way before the state. And I'll tell you that the ones who created you will know what Beis Yaakov School is. Beth Jacob School. Beth Jacob School in the United States was established by Rabbi Baruch Kaplan, Zatzal, his memory should be blessed. And he learned in Hebron, and we spoke about this subject. He was in Hebron by the massacre, and he said that the Jews were living entirely in peace, and they took strolls through the Arab neighborhoods, and all of a sudden the Zionists came on bicycles and with guns, and the rabbis called them, Rabbi Epstein, I have the letters. And he said they came and they pleaded with the Zionists to come to them, and the Zionists refused to come to them. And he they had such chutzpah, we would say, right, that they didn't even go to the rabbis, the leaders of the community. So the rabbis ran after them to see what's going on, what are they doing there on their bicycles with their guns. And so they said they came to protect them. So the rabbi said, "Woe isn't to us." They said, "Woe isn't to us." That they page over. He said, "Woe isn't to us that they're coming to protect us." He said, since they came, the Arabs didn't know to differentiate, because this is exactly what Zionism does. They try to conflate religion and Zionism. So they didn't know the communities, the laymen there didn't know to differentiate between the religious Judaism and the religious pious Jewish community.
Which is what we have today. So when you see Kyrie Irving and a bunch of people having to do apology tours, and they may have said something you have to dissect for 6 months to find out what about it was anti-Semitic and the bullshit. Nobody has done anything anti-Semitic, because these people would have been out screaming about it. That look like this dude and wearing that Palestinian keffiyeh. You understand what I'm telling you? All you have bitching, and it's one of Zionism's tactics, is to, when you challenge them in any way, they just scream anti-Semitism. So everybody ignore that shit. When you hear it, laugh in their face. Shit.
Community and the Zionists. So they got together, and again, are we going to condone the pogrom that happened there? God forbid. But there was a pogrom. Why was there a pogrom in Hebron? Why were they cold-bloodedly murdered? And this is what Rabbi Baruch Kaplan, the establisher of Beis Yaakov in the United States, where we have hundreds of thousands of students, most probably, or tens of thousands, certainly, right? And he said it squarely because of the Zionism, what they did by the Western Wall then, they made demonstrations there, and then they came into Hebron, and they caused that there was a pogrom, and the Jews were murdered.
When you have these woke revolutions, it requires all of us at some point to say, no, I'm not going to do this.
This is a fact. Now you're going to start asking me, well, tell me, are you going to blame the pogrom on the people of the city of the Hebron and that? What? You want me to say something that you should be able to take 2 words, put it out somewhere, and then the people of Hebron at the time, if you would have done that, would have gotten more angry at Jews. Why? Because you're showing insensitivity to their suffering. That's what you'd like? You don't want that. That's what you're doing. The same thing now with October 7th. The Zionists want that you should be their pawn, and that these should go out and they should say, oh, the Jews, the anti-Zionists also blame Hamas. They have no sensitivity to their 75 years and more of suffering. I'm not going to play a game. I'm not evil like the Zionists, and I think you're not as evil as that either. Here, this is Rabbi Baruch Kaplan, by the way.
Okay, no.
Called Traditional Torah Opposition to Zionism. I think you should look at historical documents. And here you have Rabbi Baruch Kaplan's letter, where he wrote, where he was transcribed, he said it on the tape, he cried on the tape, you can hear. He said, the Arabs were very friendly people, and the Jewish people in Hebron lived together with them. He speaks, Father, although I would talk to the Arabs, I didn't speak any Arabic, because no one in the yeshiva ever told us it was dangerous to go by myself among the Arabs. They took strolls there. He said, the Zionists, afterwards we were studying at the yeshiva in Hebron and saw a bunch of boys in short pants carrying weapons on bicycles and motorcycles running around the streets of Hebron. We were very worried. What were they up to? In brief, our rabbi, the supervisor of our religious academy, Rabbi Moshe Mordechai Epstein, of blessed memory, called them for a meeting, but they refused. He was forced to go over to them and ask them what they were up to. He accused them of wanting to provoke the Arabs. They responded that they were coming to protect us. We cried out, woe is us, God have mercy. They didn't want to leave town until it was too late. Those arrogant cowards only ran away when the local leaders of the Arabs called for a mass meeting of the people of the surrounding Arab leaders. Then those guns on the motorcycles, they ran away, mind you. But it was too late.
Do you mind?
Finish this. The Mufti told us people to be ready Friday night, but the yeshiva will be attending prayers. At this time, the yeshivas were alone against the Zionists, but the Arabs didn't know to distinguish between us and the Zionists. Sadly, they attacked and killed some of our people, including the great scholar Rabbi Shmuel Rosenhaus. And then he speaks on and on how they did the same thing by the Western Wall. They made demonstrations. He said, what do they have with the Western Wall? Boys and girls danced by the Western Wall, which, as you know, is forbidden according to the Jewish law. They ate. They danced on Tisha B'Av, the day we mourn the destruction of the temple. They made a holiday of it. They went and danced at the Western Wall and declared, instead of Shema Yisrael, Hashem Elokeinu, Hashem Echad, here Israel, God is our God. God is one. Instead of saying that, they said, Shema Yisrael, the Kosel is ours. That's what they said, because these are heretics. They ridicule our connection with God. They threw out God, and they made it an ersatz Judaism called Zionism, that the gun is their protection, and they, instead of looking to God, as Netanyahu spewed before by Rosh Hashanah, at that time he made fun of the Jews going to they were going to Uman, and he made a statement that protection, you need the Jewish protection. Were you going to Uman? It's the Zionists that are protecting us. He spoke against God, and then he got his punishment for it. What is happening now?
Yeah. So if you don't want to talk about October 7th, I'm not going to ask you that question. If you don't, we can move on for that. Let me ask you a question. Can I ask you about your relation, about what Nantura Carter's thoughts on Hamas? If not, I'll just move on. It's up to you.
I told you, we find that the people of Hamas, the people of Hezbollah, the people of all the organizations that are representing the Palestinian people and the Muslim people in the area, all of them want one thing. They want to live with Jews in friendship and harmony and peace, as we have for hundreds of years. And if you don't think that's true,
I understand.
Let me just show you, by the way, a picture. This was when they created the Palestinian Authority. We had a rabbi who represented us in the Palestinian Authority. The Zionists, mind you, he lived in Jerusalem, they poured acid in his face, and he became blind in one eye, was barely able to see in the other. When there was in Lebanon, there was the fight by Sabra Shatila, that whole issue. So nobody talks about this, but President Arafat sent his soldiers to protect the synagogue in Lebanon. Nobody talks about this, obviously, because it would go against.
But Arafat was so bad, and he was against the Jews.
Their narrative. But this is what they do to Jews. They're busy beating them, arresting them, simply because we refuse. And we never carry guns. They can't call us militant because we refuse to accept the establishment of this rebellion against God called the Zionist State of Israel, the cause of so much blood of Muslims, Jews, Christians, Arabs, everybody who lives there. Everybody is suffering. Boys and girls get arrested because they refuse to serve the army.
Okay, but yeah, so I just want to ask you. So you said Hamas and Hezbollah and all those organizations want Jews and Arabs to live in peace, which is what I would love to see, you would love to see, and that's amazing. But I'm sure you've been asked this question, and I'm just genuinely curious. I'm not Zionist propagandist or anything like that, but I'm genuinely curious. What Hamas in Hamas's charter, I'm sure you've seen what they said against the Jewish people. I can read it out if you want, but I'd love to hear
you. You know that they changed the charter. You do know that.
Yeah, no, I do know that. But
why are you ignoring that?
No, I do know
that. Why saying in the charter it says something which you know that was changed?
Because they did have that original. Does that
not?
But
why did you say? You know what it says in the charter. I mean, again, I don't know who you are, and I don't want to accuse you of being Zionist porn. But the way you're asking the questions, that is what I'm sort of getting the picture.
Listen, like I said, I talk to people on both sides, but I'm genuinely curious.
No, see, fuck that. That both sides bullshit, fuck you, because, again, if I'm Muslim, that's going to be my side, period. So you're supposed to be a so-called Jew. So either you're a Zionist or you're a Jew. You can't be Zionist and Jew. Because as the rabbi has pointed out, and as I showed you guys in the last city, I showed you the thousands of Jews out on the National Mall that protested in Washington years ago against the state of Israel, their flag, everything about them. They're like, kick rocks, we don't have shit to do with that. So those people are not Jews. They have no legitimacy at all. They're not entitled to any fucking sympathy at all. They are worthy of death, and that's it. Especially after the 30,000 fucking people they've killed in Gaza. But you see this little Peter Pan, the question he almost wanted to get out because they have their list of shit they want you to ask. Where he wants to lead is to say, but they said they want to do it again and again and again. They always say it 3 times. Hamas, have you seen the charter? They said they want to destroy Israel. They'll do it again and again and again. But the rabbi is shutting him down. Like, nah, I'm not even going to let you get that out. Like, what? Like, I'm already telling you. And I'm suspicious of who the fuck you are. Like, I don't know who you are. Like, who are you? Like, what?
Yeah.
Being Zionist,
wait. Hear that again, then we'll go on.
You do know that.
Yeah, no, I do know that. But
why are you ignoring that?
No, I do know that. Why are you
saying in the charter it says something which you know that was changed?
And that's what he's about to say. The charter says that they claim they want to do it again and again and again. But the rabbi is up on it. He's like, no, but they changed that. So, like, why are you about to ask me some shit for some stuff they changed? And you know they changed it. Yeah, I know they changed it, but I was just going to ask you. He's a twit. He's a twit. A twit. You could break him in half with you could blow him and just fucking shatter.
Jews, Christians, Arabs, everybody.
Oh, wait, I went back too far, y'all. My bad.
Everybody is.
But I'm sure you've been asked this question, and I'm just genuinely curious. I'm not Zionist propagandist or anything like that, but I'm genuinely curious.
Kurus, and look at his teeth. I mean, that's a demon. It's a demon, everybody. Get your holy water. Hold the cross up to the screen or do something.
Hamas in Hamas's charter, I'm sure you've seen what they said.
We're all in danger.
The Jewish people. I can read it out if you want, but I'd love to hear
you. You know that they changed the charter. You do know that.
Yeah, no, I do know that. But
why are you ignoring that?
No, I do know that.
Why are you saying in the charter it says something which you know that was changed?
Because they did have that original. Does that not?
Why did you say? You know what it says in the charter. I mean, again, I don't know who you are, and I don't want to accuse you of being Zionist porn. But the way you're asking the questions, that is what I'm sort of getting the picture.
Listen, like I said, I talk to people on both sides, but I'm genuinely curious. Just does it not? Listen,
I'm genuinely curious how a person like you could be not on one side of the issue when you're finding people are being murdered. Arabs are being murdered, Jews are being murdered. We're all, God forbid, we're suffering physically and spiritually. They've destroyed so many Arab communities. How could you be just like an observer, a curious observer from the sidelines? How doesn't it go to the depth of your heart and say, people are being murdered and I can't be silent and I have to speak up as a Jew. I have to speak up at this injustice, at this rebellion against God, at this murder, this.
You know, one of the things that frustrated me about when I watched this, you guys, and I wanted to present it to you, was that and I know how you can get into that where your words keep failing you, and all through this, if you watch it, the rabbi, his words just keep failing him, like he wants to get it out, but it just does not. I hate when that happens. I'm like, get it out, get it out.
Arabs are being murdered, Jews are being murdered. We're all, God forbid, we're suffering physically and spiritually. They've destroyed so many Arab communities. How could you be just like an observer, a curious observer from the sidelines? How doesn't it go to the depth of your heart and say, people are being murdered and I can't be silent and I have to speak up as a Jew? I have to speak up at this injustice, at this rebellion against God, at this murder,
right?
This state of Israel that is grinding away at thousands and millions of people are being destroyed because they are existing. Where are you?
I'm here talking to you, and I'm giving the opportunity to. And
I'm asking you, where are you? I'm not asking the game you're playing. I'm asking where you are.
I'm very upset when I see these people get killed every day. It was 150.
Why aren't you on a demonstration on the streets, not as an observer? Why aren't you standing there screaming at the top of your lungs, saying, this is not my religion, Judaism. My religion, Judaism, is subservience to God, and that I'm supposed to show gratitude to the Muslim and Arab people.
Because you're a piece of shit.
For embracing us and giving us a home.
You never will get a female. You look like a fucking warlock.
Why are you in Gaza? We were in Gaza 10 years ago. We brought to the people.
No female wants you, dude. No female wants you.
We show them that we are friends, that we have nothing against them. And what did they tell us? What did Ismail Haniyeh say to us? He said, we're not against Jews. We want to live peacefully. We want to have our freedom. That's what he said in the name of the community. And wherever we went, everybody had the same narrative. Nobody asked me, are you condemning, are you this, are you that? What they wanted to know is where we are. That's what I'm asking you. Where are you?
So in these series of interviews, I try and learn more and find more and talk to different perspectives.
Now learn more. What do you need to learn, bitch? Where are you at?
Educated as you might be, or in different people, and that's why I try and do it through these interviews and ask questions.
Well, that's what I'm doing. I'm educating you. I'm telling you right now.
That's what I'm listening to you.
You have the obligation.
I've given you an opportunity to respond.
I'm answering you. You have an obligation to stop just picking some narratives of talking points of science and say, I want peace. I know that by using this narrative, I'm going to laying into the hands of the Zionists. You know that it's not going to use that talking point that you started the conversation with. It's only going to bring hate and mistrust and a rift between Jews and the people of Palestine. They're going to feel that we're not sensitive to what is happening to them, that they're oppressed for not 75 years, mind you, for 100 odd years since the Balfour Declaration. They are suffering. They are suffering under the hands of people that are claiming that they're carrying the Star of David with 6 points to stick it into them. And that's what they're doing. They're using my religion, your religion, to kill people. They're using my religion, your religion, to destroy every single Jewish community in the Arab world. They're using my religion, your religion, to destroy everything that God.
I love how he keeps challenge. That's a challenge and a reminder. It's a few things. It's brilliant. It's my religion and your religion. Like unless you're a fake bitch, my religion and your religion. I love that he did that.
God wants of us. You should be with me, standing up and not asking the questions, but answering the questions. That's what you should be doing, because you're intelligent.
Okay, so let me ask something that you might call, hopefully is a more productive question. So let's move on to I know we've only got 6.5 minutes left, so let's just keep that in mind. Is peace ever possible? And if so, how? I think that's a much more productive question, and I'd love to hear your thoughts on that.
Of course it's possible. First of all, the Almighty is Baal HaRachman. He is the most compassionate. The Almighty
Rahman, Ar-Rahim. As the Muslim would say, Ar-Rahman.
Will bring peace. How? With the dismantlement of this rebellion against God. We pray to God with his compassion, he should bring it about speedily and peacefully. We do not want to see more bloodshed. The Almighty is compassionate and he understands that we are in exile, and it says, Beherifying, with the blink of an eye, he will end suffering. We pray to him every day. We are looking ultimately for the glorification of God, the recognition that the Almighty is the ruler of the world. Till that day comes, there's an impediment to this. The impediment is the establishment of an ersatz Judaism, a movement, an entity, that calls itself Judaism and claims in the name of God that they have a right to kill and steal. They claim in the name of God that we are a democracy. How dare they? That we are not required to be subservient to God. We're not required to keep the Shabbos, that they can have a gay rights pride through the streets of Jerusalem, that they should establish a sports center right in the heart of Jerusalem, and then turn to the world and say that the Jews there, the very religious, because they do not want the immodesty, that they simply do not accept other people.
Do you mind if I bring it back to the question? I'd love to hear more. Like, do you have a practical response on how we can go forward and how we can create peace in Israel? It's like a practical.
The word is not in Israel.
Yeah,
the word is in the Holy Land or in Palestine. The way is to remove this impediment to peace, the subjugation, the oppression of all humanity. That is humanity that ones who are serving God, the Muslims, the Palestinian community, the Jewish community that are being oppressed, that were living there for hundreds of years. If the Jewish populace will step back, because they can eventually do it anyway. It's in the Torah, it says, V'haya Ekev Tishmo, and if you know the parsha, it says Ekev. So at the end of the day, we're going to listen. Whether we like to or we don't like to, God forbid, we will listen. Why? Because it's God's world. He rules. He says, if you rebel against me, it will not be successful. As long as you have this occupation, there will be death and suffering.
Amen.
God forbid. God protect us. The way is that we, as Jewish people, to stand up and demand the dismantlement, the end of the occupation, the profuse apology to the people of Palestine and to the Arab and Muslim world for vilifying them and for oppressing them and for killing and torturing and so forth.
Amen.
By establishing a free Palestine, the way it was before. And don't play with me games about that it was never the word Palestine, it was the Ottoman Empire and this and that. Let's not talk that game. The Palestinian community, the ones that were living there, the majority were Muslims. The second largest community were Christians, and it was a beautiful Jewish community. We can re-establish this coexistence with a removal of this evil occupation, then there will be peace. And that is what, just like you look at South Africa, you can look at history, other places, wherever, when you remove that, they are willing and they want not to stand around and kill people, God forbid, after the removal of this occupation. There will be, because they're under leaders, and they're people who are educated, smart, intelligent, people with a heart. They want to be able to reestablish a peaceful coexistence. Now, what about the people who committed these atrocities, who are running the prisons and so forth and so on? There may be thousands that may have to, that will have to face justice, whatever it may be, but they may not be comfortable living in those communities. So America is big, UK is big. America and UK and Canada gives billions of dollars every year. They can give those billions of dollars to take those people who are committing these atrocities and let them re-establish their lives in those countries. And then
since they just love Israel's right to defend itself, then why don't you take their bitch ass in and let them wreak havoc on you? How about that?
this will happen, by the way. There will be an end of the occupation, because that's what Hashem told us. You cannot go on your merry way and rebel against God. And even with silky talk and eloquent questions and trying to ridicule people who do not share your view, this is not the answer. The answer, if you want peace, is to remove the impediment to peace. The answer is that you as a Jew should be a Jew. You as a Jew should hurt to the core of your heart. You should be hurting that every minute of what is being done in the name of you, of your religion, the atrocity, the injustice, the crime of the mere occupation of 100 odd years that we've been crying about, that our rabbis have been crying about, and that they kept on yelling that even before they saw the death, they said, what a chilul Hashem. What a desecration of God's name when they can say that they can steal and kill in the name of my religion.
Okay, so
but this could be stopped. If you would be speaking on your podcast, you would be up there and say, just like you might Mikko Peled and you other guys who you took, that they said they turned around and they said, we did is wrong. Let's be honest. What we did is wrong. Unfortunately, I would like to see him to be turned to a religion, but I'm turning to you. You are religious. You should be using your religion, and you should be saying, I'm a religious Jew, just like I put on tefillin, just like I keep Shabbos, just like I'm fearing of God. Because I fear God, I'm standing in opposition to the establishment, to the existence, and saying, I want everybody to know that it was opposed, not by only the
No, I understand. Wait, so I'm just interrupting, just because we've only got half a minute left. We're recording on. No, I understand this. So we're on Zoom.
It was told by the rabbis around the world. You, as a religious Jew, should be talking about this. That every rabbi, from the brisk.
I understand that.
Everybody spoke up against Zionism.
We're recording on Zoom. We're recording on Zoom. We've only got half a minute left, so I'm just going to quickly finish off. So I just want to thank you for coming on. I know we disagreed, but I really want you to know.
Why do we disagree? Why are you disagreeing if you're wearing a yarmulke?
Right, bitch.
Well, as you can see.
Fuck you. Fuck you. This is why in my prayers I pray for the deaths of people. Everybody. This is why. This is why I know that I can ask my Maker for anything that is in my soul. And among that, if I wish somebody dead, I can ask Allah to make that so. If He deems it, I get it. You understand? That's the way it works. I knocked my camera when we were... And, yeah, fuck that little twit. And even at the end, you see, every time you try to slip something in, the rabbi was right there to smash that ass. And then right there at the end, he was like, even though we disagree, why do we disagree? Why would you disagree with me? You're a Jew. Like, what we disagree about? What? What? Like, you know what I mean? Yeah, I can't. But this is another evidence for you that you need to be clear. There's no need to have any sympathy for this fucking shit stain in the desert called Israel. That is Palestine. It always has been. It always will be. Period. And those people that are there do not represent the way of life known as Judaism. Period. And the Orthodox Jews, the real people who follow Judaism, want nothing to do with that shit. You heard the terms in which the rabbi spoke about them. Very harsh terms. They're heretics. They're evil, etc. You know. So let's be very clear. You know, I know. I told you guys years ago when I had my business. You know, I had found some really fantastic women's shoes for my store. And I called up this supplier, and I always have to go to a showroom and see some stuff because I just don't do well with stuff I can't hold in my hand and touch and feel and see and smell. I have to do that. Anyways, and so they gave me a quote. I showed up in full regalia, like kufi, scarf, galabia, all the way to the ground, all of it. And I walked in, and these two little Jewish men, Orthodox Jewish men, came out, and I said, I forget their name and their business. I go, you are such and such? He goes, yes. I go, I'm Abdullah. He goes, oh, you're Abdullah. And they came to me and they began to, this hug kiss thing, they greeted me and the price of the shoes fell several dollars per pair. That's the Orthodox Jew. That's the Orthodox Jew. You don't, I mean, you meet some Orthodox Jews, you will be imprinted by them. That's just one story I could give you. I have others. You'll be imprinted by them because, like the Muslim, with them there is no half-stepping. There is or is not. There is no in between, you know? And they don't play about that. And they're very, they're God-fearing, loving, kind, enchanting people, man. Like you just be taken by them. Just taken. And those are the people that when somebody, there's all this anti-Semitism. There's no fucking anti-Semitism anywhere, everybody. There's no anti-Semitism. And based on this education, you should understand why we don't even feel bad when they claim that these skinheads are hating on the Jews, or the motherfuckers that marched in North Carolina or wherever the fuck it was, that the Jews will not replace us. Remember with the tiki torches and shit? They talking about the Zionists. They don't even know who they're talking about. But they're talking about the Zionists. So we agree on that. Yeah, don't let them replace you, goddammit. Because they're just evil motherfuckers. And y'all are too. But don't let the bitches replace you. You feel me? I mean, let's be very clear. As I've said to you over the years, you don't know any Orthodox Jews. That's why when I get an opportunity, I put a rabbi in front of you and say, this is the genuine article. This is what it is. Because anybody that you see on TV, ever, anywhere, they're all fucking Zionists, dude. They don't want anything to, and the Zionists don't want anything to do with the Orthodox Jews. I brought you video in the last several months even. It's here on the channel. I brought you video. I've told you about it, but I brought you video recently showing you how they physically attack Orthodox Jews when they're in Israel. Physically attack them. Don't tell me shit about these Zionist, fake-ass, big-nose-ass, stinking-ass fucking people. You understand? They're nothing but the devil. They're the toenail of the devil. The toenail of the devil. The toenail. Do you understand? The toenail of the devil. The Orthodox Jew is the cousin to the Muslim. We love them. They're the ones who go and when they're telling you Farrakhan is anti-Semitic and he said this and that about the Jews, then why are the Jews bringing him gifts and kissing him and welcoming him so warmly? Oh, because those are Orthodox Jews. Damn that detail. All right. The Orthodox Jews embrace Farrakhan, love him, see no error with anything that he's ever done. He's their brother. Done. You see? And you will find that with anybody they try and villainize and tell you they're anti-Semitic. Nobody's anti-Semitic. The very motherfuckers telling you that somebody's anti-Semitic are the very motherfuckers that are against the Jews. They're the motherfuckers, man. Like, I mean, it's so like, are you kidding me right here? You know, yeah, I can't do it, man. I can't do it. All right, that was a long piece. Let me come back to you, see what your comments are saying. It looks like we got 140 views going on. Okay, read that. And what is our time? We'll do still a few more minutes, y'all, I think. We won't get to everything. It's always like that. I read that. There's that blasphemy by Robert. Original Jewess. Usher did a better performance than Michael Jackson. Where's my punch? Damn it, Jewess, you're not gonna worry me. That is a where's my punch moment, though. Damn it. Now, feel me. Damn it. Where? God damn it. Where's my punch? I love that, Jewess. You've been around me too long, girl. Save yourself. Save yourself. Khalifa, another shout out to you. Say Fannie Willis is the DA prosecutor that's putting Trump on trial. I just lost my place. She's in trouble for sleeping with one of her assistant DAs. Again, why you have to have Muslims representing you, black people? We don't have any of this. We don't have it. We don't have it. We don't have it. When you submit to what Allah has ordained for mankind, you are protected. The very ordainment of how you're supposed to live your life protects you from so much of this bullshit. We don't have a single Me Too story, and there's 2 billion Muslims in the Muslim world. Not a single Me Too story. Not a one. We don't have no bitches twerking. Got nobody out there wearing nothing and tight this and tight that and high heel this and long lash that and fucking kill me with your nails that. None of that. Men and women do not canoodle that are not related or married. Period. So, but that said, how ironic, if that's the charge, that she's prosecuting someone who was saying grab him by the pussy and who cheated on his wife with a porn star. But how dare this prosecutor be sleeping with somebody? How dare it? See, again, the white devil. The definition of hypocrisy. You've occupied Israel or Palestine for over 100 years. Sadly, they didn't attack your bitch ass on October 7th. Wish they had, but they didn't. And you act like it's the worst thing. How dare we're occupying them and how dare they rise up? You're a fucking rapist and cheated on your wife, and we're gonna be all just bundled up because this sister slept with. Come on, man! Don't come near me. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't look in my direction. That is the forked tongue of this white devil. Yeah, I will pull something on that, inshallah. Robert, hold up. What about Muhammad Ali? He was the most famous person on earth before Michael. No, he wasn't. And that's my king, and I will fight you and your mama and your whole family. You already know that. You feel me? Matter of fact, you have to call me to even say his name. But, no. And Muhammad would have told you himself. Because remember, Michael was already famous since he was 5. So, Muhammad Ali was and still enjoys a degree of international fame. Stay with me. He does not enjoy worldwide fame. That's the difference. Michael Jackson is known by every human being on the planet, damn near. Certainly every country where people would exist. His name and face is known. We can't say that about Muhammad Ali, sadly. And that's my king. You say he was the most famous person on earth before Michael Jackson. He wasn't all over the earth. That's why he was called the greatest. No, he was called the greatest for other reasons. But as I demonstrated to you, and I made the distinction, the being international and being worldwide are 2 different things. To us in this little small bubble, just if you're just doing outside of America, the whole world knows you. You know, like, no. You go on and say, yeah, and they are not real Semitic people. Anyway, we are. Our original language is Arabic. So teaches the most. The dude you cannot. I hope you're giving this much praise to the Prophet Muhammad ibn Abdullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and that you are giving this also to Allah Azza wa Jal. Be careful of glorifying men. Be careful. Be very careful. Be very careful. I give you that in love. Be very careful, because I want to see you in paradise at the end of this life. Don't squander it. And Hebrew is one of our languages too. Shiro, excellent live, King. Thank you, Queen. And I'm gonna start landing because son, not Peter Pan Jedi. Yes, Peter, goddammit Pan, and goddammit Tinkerbell. You feel me? I mean, he just has to stand there in a green suit and do this, and you have it. You have it. He looked just like the bullshit. And because the Zionists do run everything, they patterned a lot of these characters after their bitch ass. Who was it Elmer Fudd or somebody who had the really big fucking nose? There was some cartoon character with a very distinctive something. But yeah, come on, man. These people, they are the devil. Robert, those white people learned the Hebrew language from us, and the white Arabs learned Arabic from us. The original Arabs are the black Arabs. White people just got to Arabia 6,600. No, white people didn't get to Arabia. They didn't get there. No. And they're not in Arabia, and certainly not in big numbers. And how did we get the Arab? That there's some mixture of us and some other shit. You feel me? You've been in a locker room, you've seen an Arab dude naked, you know that's your brother some type of way. Just saying. And but white people, nah. And sadly, some Arabs want to call themselves white. Like, I'm over it. And when I want to piss off Egyptian, when they go, we are Egyptian, I go, but you're not Egyptian, but you're not African, no. Just to cut them down a notch. I'm Egyptian, no, but you're not African. Basically, you're just a resident. You ain't really your land. You ain't really from there type thing. You're really your spot. And definitely no white devil was there 6,600 years ago. They would have listen, these bastards went to Palestine in the 1920s, and in hundreds they were leaving because they couldn't stand the African climate. They just couldn't take it. So we would have believed that they were there. Come on. You say Allah gave the white race the Torah. No, he didn't. But the Torah is the law. That's what was given to Moses. It's just these fucked up Christians are calling it some Old Testament. Moses was given Torah. Go talk to Orthodox Jews. They hold up Moses like, oh my God. You understand? So, as the father of their religion, etc., etc. That's Torah. That's why I've preached that this Bible is so bullshit in so many ways, because A, you can't have a New Testament if Christ said he didn't have come to change shit or bring nothing new. So the moment you and when I leave, you'll see me no more. But we're to believe he forget his disciples. He came back, resurrected, and went to some guy that killed people of faith, particularly Christians, but they weren't called Christians at the time. No. So the whole New Testament is a bunch of bullshit for Muslims or anybody with a sane mind. You don't have to be Muslim. Secondly, how are you going to have an Old Testament when the Torah exists? You can't have that. You can't. That's why I tell these Hebrew Israelite brothers to be out there screaming and yelling with their fucking Bible in their hand. Go get the Torah and then scream and yell at people. I'll respect you. But as long as you got that fucking King James Bible in your hand, I won't respect you. And that dude was a homosexual any fucking way. I think that matters. So, nah. To So no book was given to white people. Let's be very clear. They have no book or prophet was sent to white people. Period. And most Orthodox Muslims, Robert, have, and I'll find mine. There's a poster. It gives you all the lineage of all the prophets, because God sent thousands of prophets down through time that nobody can name, but we can. And you see their lineage and everything. Do you understand? So no white people involved anywhere in anything holy at all. Not surprising that they are the incarnate of the devil today, because nothing holy has been impregnated in their lives at all. That's real. That's why they need Jesus Christ to be white. But he was from Africa. Damn it, that won't work. Ugh. But you say, but the Zionists made their own book, the Talmud, and that's a whole nother thing, and put that book above God's book, the Torah. They see themselves as above God. Oh man, C Tuner, what's up, Red? It's been a minute. Good to see you, brother. Hair that is precisely the same as the Most High described hair is against man's lame ass laws. Imagine these lawmakers when they stand before the Most High on Judgment Day, or any of them that would claim they just love Christ so much. You know, I accepted Christ as my personal savior. Bitch, really? Because didn't you just vote for the brother's hair? Didn't you say the brother's hair was all wrong for you and just so hideous that he couldn't remain in school? Because the dude that you claim is your personal savior and is not, came only to black people, look like him. So there's that detail. Robert, yes, black men started sleeping with white women in Arabia. White women? Where'd you get these white women 6,000 years ago? And it produced these light-skinned Arabs. They look just like Drake. I can't. He's such a fraud. I never liked that dude. I just never liked him. He doesn't owe me money. He hasn't personally called me and insulted me. I just don't like him. The so-called white Arabs are part black and part white. They are the result of black Arab men sleeping with white women. You know, I don't know. Something white came in, but they're so specific. It's something else. It's something else. It's something else. I don't proclaim to have the answer either. I just, in my spirit. Musa alayhi salam was sent to Europe to get the Caucasian people. See, you could put that most honorable Elijah and spend 10 minutes typing it, Robert, but you mention a prophet and you don't give him his just due. I want you to think about your own self with that. Forget me. Forget me. You never miss the most honorable Elijah. I just got carpal tunnel thinking about what it would take to type that. Nurse. But you mention a prophet, you don't even give the alayhi salam. This prophet Moses, Musa alayhi salam, is mentioned more in the Quran than anybody else. And you don't give him an alayhi salam. You don't give him a peace be upon him. You don't give him anything. Was sent to Europe to get the Caucasian people out of the caves, and he gave them the Torah. Okay, why don't I know that Moses went to Europe? When did that happen? Was that Carnival Cruise Lines? Was it Princess Cruise? When was Moses in Europe? When that happened? You say Musa alayhi salam civilized the Caucasian people 4,000 BC. I don't know. I'm happy to adopt that if you want to bring some evidence on that, Robert. It feels in conflict, but I'm always happy to be wrong. Just like who was it earlier that said that there was 200,000 Muslims in Philly, and I went, my ass, but alas it is. Yeah, I don't want to be overindulgent. All right, why don't I pull up something on, because it was mentioned more than once. Why don't I pull up something on the, what's the name? This is off what I have in my repertoire to bring, but we need an out. And so we'll go with this Fannie Willis person to see what that means. What is it about? Tomorrow's Saturday, so I will try probably to do something tomorrow, you guys. I don't know if I'm going to do anything on Sunday, my birthday. I never know. I know, I don't know. But I'm feeling like we could probably get something in tomorrow. Let me take this out now because we did that. And the reason why I'm snaking around the Monique Sidney thing, and I was just gonna kind of keep that for last because of its subject matter. It feels separate, It just feels different to me. Oh wait, let me take these fucking caps off. Alright. Fannie Willis. Like I said, I've heard her name. I've just been, I've trained my brain to just tune out anything that has to do with Trump or mostly politics. Like, I'm just not interested. But I know I've seen or heard her name or something. Like, I just, Trump's Georgia lawyers surface. Okay, they're going to tell me they want me to subscribe. This is New York Times. Let me see if they'll let me open this. What a bunch of shit popping up. And they want you to disable your ad blocker so they can sell you a bunch of shit. No. We'll just see if it's going to load. Because I don't know. And why is a black woman... So are we understanding... Oh, a black woman is prosecuting him in Georgia. Is that what I understand? Enjoy unlimited act. No, fuck you, bitch. No, they're not giving me. Wait, are they? Okay, they are. Okay, let's bring you in. Trump's Georgia lawyers surface phone records in effort to remove prosecutors. I don't know what I should pull because I don't know where it's at in the story, and I don't know anything. So I need to know why this is newsworthy. Well, let's see. The lawyers presented an affidavit describing cell phone records they will likely use to try to prove the prosecutors lied about when they began a romantic relationship. What prosecutors, and why would that matter to the case? If there's not conflict, who is one prosecutor on one side sleeping with a prosecutor on the other side? Because that will only... Oh my God, I can't. I need. So this isn't going to tell me. This is after. This is an after the fact. If you don't know what's going on, you won't understand type article. How am I going to know? Let me just read a couple of paragraphs and see if it gives me anything. Lawyers representing former President Orange Puff Dust are continuing to press their argument that the lead prosecutor in the Georgia election interference case, QTORs, are lying about when their romantic relationship began, surfacing phone records on Friday that they will likely use to try to undercut the prosecutor's testimony. This won't tell me. I don't know what's happening. Like, why is it so? Who are the prosecutors? Are they on opposing teams? Because that's the only reason why it would be newsworthy. If you banging somebody in your law office, who cares? I'm gonna have to go back. Damn it. Gotta pick something else. When did this happen? When is this? How long has this been on the scene? Is it this year? Last year? So I know to look at dates. Oh, to be like that. See this I'll put this in. Let's just go for a straight Google search. What is Fani Willis accused of? See what that gets us. Okay, this is all this month and a few hours ago, and we need to go back. Ooh, my back. 15th February, that seems like the oldest thing I can see right now. January, what to know about Fani Willis allegations. Let's start with that, boys and girls. CNN. The allegations of an improper relationship between the Fulton County District Attorney, and a prosecutor. The district attorney hires prosecutors. In the case of George Floyd, you'll remember that Keith Ellis was the DA in Minnesota. He did not go into court and prosecute himself. He puts together a prosecution team and go and take the devil down. So she is that. So district attorney and prosecutor, and a relation between the Fulton County district attorney and a prosecutor she hired has roiled one of the major cases against the Orange Dust. So what? The situation is another twist in the multi-layer effort to punish those involved in attempting to subvert the 2020 presidential election won by Joe Biden. Wasn't won by the Chats over. Legally, the situation is unlikely to kill the case. Right. That's the end of it. That's the end of the scandal. You see, they give you this two opening short paragraphs, and they go legally in the third paragraph. legally, comma, the situation is unlikely to kill the case, comma. But this could be a big potential political gift to Trump, who is seeking to discredit Georgia charges as illegitimate and politically motivated. No, we're done. Here's why we're done, because everything else is just conjecture, speculation, and drama, and rolling a bunch of shit up. That's why I was like, who is she? Who? Her banging somebody, a prosecutor that she hired that's in her employ, does not affect the legal facts of this case at all. You want to tell me she was sleeping with a witness, or that she was sleeping with somebody on fucking Trump's defense team? We're going to talk about it. Not here. Nothing to see here. Nothing. I don't care. Like, I don't even care. I don't even care. But it's consistent with this white devil, because we have to be absolutely extra perfect to be considered good. That's why we know we're 20 times better than any of these motherfucking white motherfuckers, period. Because we had to be 50 times as good just to be right there, being seen as even average. You see? So they will try and use this and make it some big, and it's probably his people that are trying to make, well, look, she's not pure. Look, we can't believe it. Remember what I even said when I think it was Khalifa or whoever mentioned it. I said, isn't it ironic that they're making a case about a prosecutor sleeping with somebody, and the fucker that this whole thing is about cheated on his wife with a porn star, paid her off, and all the other shit he's done. You know, that's like they over there doing powder coke. We only doing rocks over here. Bitch, you're going to jail. You know, nah. This is a waste of your time, because had it been anything other than that, like as soon as I seen that, I'm like, that's the end of it. We're done. Who cares who she's sleeping with? Who cares? Who cares? That don't have nothing to do with her prosecution of this case. Now, maybe there's some, let's see, what are the allegations? What could happen? Nothing will happen to the case. Various GOP lawmakers are investigating. For what? Why the Georgia case is important. We know why it's important. Why is this so big for Trump? I'll hear the white argument. It won't matter because it doesn't change the legal parameters, you know, or the atmospherics and structure of the parties in the case, you know. While Trump was denied all the charges, has denied all of the charges, and repeatedly attacked, what's her name again? What's her first name? I hate to fucking call people by their last name. Just Willis for now. Fuck. What did we say the bitch name was? Damn. I gotta go all the way back up to the fucking top. I'm over it. Fanny. Ugh. Wait. Denied all the charges and repeatedly attacked Fanny, a Democrat, as partisan. He and allies have failed in efforts to throw the prosecution off track. As a state case, there's also no direct alleged nexus to Biden and the U.S. Justice Department. Meadows attempted to move his charges to federal court, where he might have a better opportunity to get them dismissed, and where Trump probably appointed that fucking federal judge. As well, because remember, Obama just left every fucking thing open. And so Trump came in and fucking just started putting judges in place. All these fucking Republican vomit-ass people. As well as open up the future pardon lane. But failed. He is appealing that ruling. Meanwhile, Trump is seeking to have the sweeping criminal conspiracy case against him in Georgia thrown out by arguing he is protected from prosecution under presidential immunity. But the former president can now kick his attacks against Fanny into overdrive, saying truthfully that she is facing allegations of adultery and corporate. Adultery is not a fucking crime in this godforsaken shithole of a fucking nation, godless fucking shit stain. There's a liquor store on every corner. You can fucking twerk and fucking buy liquor, and kids can proclaim themselves some fucking shit that Allah hasn't created, and there's drugs everywhere, and don't give me this a fucking holy land. This is a fucking crack house. Listen, this is a waste of time, everybody. It doesn't affect what's happening to Trump. Is there something they've done to her? Is that why you all want me to look at this? Like, have they done something to her? Because I don't care if she's sleeping with somebody in the DA's office. It's irrelevant. It's irrelevant. It means nothing. You know. Now, if there's something where, you know, they've done something to her, or they're coming after her some type of way, or something, but this is nothing. This is nothing. And is this dude, this black dude stand up here, is that the dude? Let's see. Fulton County District Attorney Fanny speaks at the news conference next to prosecutor Nathan Wade. Well, look at the brother. Of course she gonna sleep with him, and of course he gonna sleep with her. They're good looking black people. And it's Georgia. He looks like my buddy Mark, actually. Mark is originally from New York, but wallahi, that peanut head, everything about this dude, that's Mark. That's Mark. If they had said that's Mark Jenkins, I would, oh my God, it's Mark. That's it. I would believe it. Enough years have passed, I would believe that. Yeah, I can't. Now, had she been sleeping with a white devil, would it be, oh my God, we can't believe she's sleeping with somebody. How dare she sleep with somebody that looks like her? I can't. Anyway, last comments, and then we will pick up tomorrow, because we're now at 4.5 hours. Where was I? Roberts. No, that's no. No, and also another issue with your Moses went to Europe and gave white people the Torah. Another reason why that false flat and fails, Robert, is because remember that Moses was an Israelite. That immediately means he was a black man. And Moses was leading the Israelites. We are the ones. It's us, black people. That's why you need Deuteronomy 18:18, when Allah says to Moses, and also in John 15:26, I think it is, but certainly in Deuteronomy 18:18, and there's where Allah is speaking to Moses, and he says, and I shall raise up from among them a prophet like unto you, Moses, from their brethren, letting him know he won't be an Israelite, he'll be an Ishmaelite. This is Muhammad ibn Abdullah, sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So and all prophets before Muhammad ibn Abdullah, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, were sent only to the people of their time, their people. That's it. Like Noah was sent to just those people, etc., etc. This was the same thing with Musa alayhi salam. So he wouldn't have been shuttling off to Europe, and for what? And for what? And white people don't go back that far. So, no. No. Then, when the Son of Mary comes, before the prophet, what does he proclaim? Think not that I came to change even a striking on even a single striking on a letter of the law. I came to confirm that which was before me, meaning the Torah, what Moses brought. Nope, nope, nope. Wait, I lost my place. You said that Musa alayhi salam civilized the Caucasians 4,000 years ago? No. And he did it by himself? No, 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 no. He didn't civilize white people, and he just didn't. That just didn't happen. Like, you must be the only human being on earth proclaiming this. But you go on, they didn't know how to cook. We know all this. It was black people that taught them, but it wasn't Moses. Black people, we taught them how to wash their ass and everything. We were Europe. When they saw we had lit streets and all the shit that came to be modern and all that. We're gonna have to do a deep dive on that. They didn't know how to cook their food or how to bury their dead. They didn't know how to build themselves a house, and they didn't know how to talk. They walked on all fours. And in the caves, they lived with dogs, and their women slept with dogs. Oh, you're describing 2024. Are you sure this is ancient history we're discussing, or is that today? And they were afraid of fire. Musa alayhi salam used to sleep in a ring of fire at night to protect himself from the cave people. Are we talking about the same? Who are we talking about? Son, I definitely 100% believe that. That Robert, straight up savages. He just got the person wrong, son. Like, nope. Who else has heard this about Moses? Who? Anybody? Raise your hand. Anybody? Son says facts. Robert, they saying that dogs are man's best friend is from white people. When they were in the caves of Europe, the dogs would protect them from other wild animals that was plentiful at that time in Europe. Brother Jedi, the 18th chapter of the Holy Quran is called The Cave, and it speaks about white people when they was in the caves. No, 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 no. 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 That story of the caves is something completely different, brother. Why are you going to do this when I got scoliosis in my back practically right now? We're landing, but I'm going to contest that. That has to be contested. I can't allow it. As a matter of fact, the monkey and ape family is from this 2,000-year period of the Caucasians being in the caves. No, because even the Egyptians have depicted monkeys on their hieroglyphics, so they go back way further. Of the Caucasians being in the caves, Allah chastised them, and they mutated into what is called apes, monkeys, primates. This is just, you're all over the place, Robert. It's white people who say, I'll be my monkey's uncle. They just, because everything they say is fucked up. Man, there's a lot to unpack and contest and throw darts at there. And inshallah we'll come to that. Certainly this you saying that this passage, this surah of the Quran is talking about white people, like, give me an entire break. But where are you getting this from? You know, like, no. Listen. Also remember this, that we were on Earth, African people. There was nobody but us on this fucking place called Earth. At least some 75,000 years before a single other bitch showed up. That's white people saying that. That's a conservative number. Do you understand? So, you know, that's why it's also very arrogant for them to come along now and claim that they have any claim to anything. Like, no matter what the fuck I'm going to do, my parents were here before me. No getting around that. It's just not going to ever change that. Just can't change it. Can't change it. So, that's 4:36 and 30 seconds. I think that's where we'll land. I want to make sure tomorrow, you guys, that I get into... we almost went into it tonight. Because when I went on my tirade telling you, repeating once again that nothing happened on 7th October, I do have a short piece that I want you to see where there's a panel of people that are discussing this and essentially agreeing with me. In fact, they called me to get their information. I forgot about that. Anyways, it's crazy. Anyways, no. But I want to bring that. I do want to get into the lesser important, but still important, the thing with Monique and Sydney's response, since we went so through her son's 2 videos. What the fuck? We need rat poison for these fucking dogs. What else? No. I'm not going to do it now just because my back is killing me. But I wanted to show you guys, after we finished last time, they immediately blocked my video, my review of the Super Bowl, that whole live stream. I blocked it across the United States. When there was nothing to block it for. But I'm going to bring you 2 videos of 2 fucked up ass white people. One dude plays the entire fucking Super Bowl. Now, I usually ignore it if the person has 100 or 200 subscribers, because I noticed YouTube lets you get away with all kinds of copyright shit when you ain't got but a couple of subscribers. If it's not right, then it shouldn't be right for anybody. I don't care if you got 1,000 or if you got 1 subscriber or 1 million subscribers. You feel me? So the white man is the devil. But I'm going to bring that, and the fucker is playing the music. The whole show, just because he got a sign from it saying obscured for copyright, doesn't, but we can still see that's the Super Bowl show, and we're still hearing the music. So, fuck you. And then there's a white bitch she doesn't have the image up on the screen, but she's playing it. You hear the whole Super Bowl halftime show. How is those white motherfuckers playing the shit? Meanwhile, they unblocked my shit, didn't give me no explanation, sent nothing, no apology. Oh, we did that. We saw. They were just so, we know we're going to get something on him, so let's just fucking block it. That's why I didn't play a single fucking frame of that goddamn Super Bowl. Not even one, bitch. I went through and I would scroll over and show you still shots. That's legal all goddamn day. Fuck white people. They wouldn't have this fucking YouTube if it wasn't for Janet Jackson's titty anyway. I've brought you the history on that and told you where YouTube came from. That's 100% facts and true. You can go and look it up your damn self. These people get on my fucking nerves. The earth will be so much better when they no longer goddamn it exist. Because all they do is breathe to fucking do evil. That's it. That's it. No other reason. Anyways, and the other things that I meant to bring you, which I will collect. And here's a good parting thing, because I've been wanting to show you forever. This is very quick, and it's very interesting. I've told you guys that I'm not left-handed, but over the years, since, I don't know, before I think I was still in high school, but somewhere along my journey in life, I heard somebody say that left-handed people tend to be more successful in life. So anytime I was around, you know, powerful, so-called powerful people, famous people, you know, I'm on a job interview or something, just anybody that's supposed to be any type of ooh, I always notice what hand they write with. I just do, you know. And so I start keeping a list, and I used to have a more complete list, and somewhere it got lost, just in the move and the bullshit. But anyways, I'll leave you with these names: Whoopi Goldberg, Drew Carey, Tiana Taylor, Morgan Freeman, Bill Clinton, Barack Obama, Oprah Winfrey, Hillary Goddammit Swank, George Bush Sr., Paul McCartney, Jon Stewart from The Daily Show. I've always called him my left-handed Jew. Jon Stewart from The Daily Show. Bruce Goddammit Jenner. Bruce Jenner. Da Baby. Matt Lauer from The Today Show. And a fucking rapist or what the fuck he's been charged with. The fucker Bibi Netanyahu, bitch. The murdering genocidal fuck. Bill O'Reilly. Cardi Goddammit B. Bill Gates. Damon John, who started FUBU. Judge Judy's bailiff, Byrd. Officer Byrd, left-handed. And the original Lionel from the Jeffersons. There's others, but I just thought those would be interesting to share with you. I'm fascinated by it. I'm fascinated by it. Like, is there any truth to it, you know? And in my everyday life, when I'm someplace, just be anywhere, I could see a cashier writing, oh, you're left-handed, you're left-handed, you're left-handed. And I'll share my story with them. I'll be like, I'm not left-handed, but there's something to being left-handed, you know, blah, blah, blah. You know, yeah. So I'm going to land, everybody. I want to say thank you to my moderators. Good to see some of the names that I hadn't seen in a while tonight. And welcome to all the new names, or some of the new names that I saw this evening. You say that's a joke. The black man and woman are trillions of years old. We are so ancient till they don't know our birth record. And the pyramids in Egypt are really not that ancient. We are trillions of years old. So 6,000 years is like we did that 2 days ago. San, you are welcome. And by the way, I am left-handed. Oh my God, San. I did not know that about you. Let me put you on the list, goddamn. Oh my God. I'm literally putting you on the list. Every time I try and spell your name, this bitch act like it needs to be spelled the conventional way. Like, I'm spelling it heifer, watch your ass. Every time. Every time. Anytime I've texted you or I have to type your name, she always trying to make it what it's not. Bitch. Okay. I love you all, man. I won't know what I think of this stream till I watch it back, which is usually the case with anything that I do, you know. And trying to manage time and trying to move it along, you can't get to everything. Yeah. But I pray that you are enlightened by this sitting today, everybody. I'm never here to waste anybody's time, but certainly not mine. And yeah, I hope you've been enlightened and that you've learned something this evening. And like I say, I'm going to put a special effort trying to do something tomorrow because it is Saturday and I don't really have shit else I have to do. I am scheduled to talk to my best friend tomorrow. That's the one thing I've committed to. And I need to call my godson or he will just throw himself from a bridge or something. I don't know what will happen. But yeah, those are only two things. And I think that if I can get pull it down early enough tonight, I can probably get that done kind of early tomorrow and be ready to do something kind of early tomorrow. I'm just kind of on the fence about Sunday. I'll make that decision overnight. That's what I'll do. Meanwhile, have a great night and a good start to your weekend, everybody. And inshallah, we'll gather tomorrow. May Allah restore all of our souls tomorrow and give us all another chance to earn His mercy on the great day of judgment. I love you all, and I'll see you tomorrow, inshallah.